Everybody who's coming up to visit the Divas after that benefits that whole pay it forward thing. Kelly Hockaday, Chad Sandlin. Sandlin in the S10 out of Burleson, Texas. Hockaday in the Falcon. 650 is the dial for the Falcon. Chad Sandlin's off and away green. Hockaday is off and away even better. 004 dead 7 Hockaday gets the win light. Chad Sandlin was 31 thou in reaction time. Ends up 620 on a 619. And the important number is that he was behind 33 thou with the stripe.
Next pair up, Eric Daniels, right side, Vega, out of Queen Creek, Arizona. And Steve Mang over there in the 82 Mustang. I believe that car made it all the way to the finals in Pro maybe on Wednesday night. I know I saw it going lots of rounds, and here he finds himself in round number 4. 695 the dial for Mang. Daniels on a 649. It's a 12 to a 24. 12 goes to Daniels, and Daniels breaks out. Steve Mang, 24 up front, 97.4 on a 95. Daniels gets down there and takes quite a lot, 48, to break out by 12. So Steve Mang moving on to round number 5 here on the final day.
I'll bring up our next two, Joe Kidd, Paige Smith. Oh, and hey, I was informed by Tyler the firefighter Tyler, that it's Mama's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. Standing out there alongside of the wall near Paige's car. Paige trying to keep the show going, and I think Mom would be pretty happy sticking around for a little Winter Circle celebration to celebrate her birthday. I think she'd be really happy sticking around to celebrate her birthday if Paige can keep turning on the win lights. That 67 Chevelle, working on getting it pre-staged up there. Joe Kidd has already got the door truck. You know what we call him, Stang and Mang? Stang and Mang. Up front, looking pretty good for Paige. Unfortunately, the stripe did not look good for Paige. Joe Kidd was 49 green, dead 1. Paige Smith, 26 green, and then goes 619 on a 614.
Important announcement, and that is any doubled door cars for round 4. Any doubled door cars. Only the doubled door cars in round 4. Doubled round 4 door cars. We need you to the lanes, please. A lot of green on the starting line right now. Austin, Hockaday, and Brandon Umbberger. Man, the Chevette, it kind of reminds me of my race car that I just got rid of was a Pinto. And those little bitty tiny cars, when you start getting them the front end in the air, he really rolls over on that right rear tire. He's 008 and 19 above. Brandon Umbberger. Moving on. Hockaday was 26 up front, dead 6, and still behind by 5. So Umbberger takes the Chevette on to the next round. And again, doubled door cars only. Double door cars only to the lanes, please, for round number 4.
Got to get you in there. Got to get you in there. How about Nick Engler and Andy Schmall? I don't know if Robbie mentioned this, but I was reminded this morning that Nick Engler had quite the experience here in Vegas when he was down here for the Summit Sportsman Nationals. It was actually, we've talked about like heroes and firefighters, and Nick being a paramedic happened to be in the right place at the right time as we were, there was a racer that, again, had a medical emergency that took place in the staging lanes. Nick Engler was there. His training immediately took over. He got that situation under control, got it started, and the NHRA ended up recognizing him for that with one of their hero awards, the Firefighter and Coffee Hero Awards. So Nick doing a great job there. Unfortunately, turns it red this time, 18 thou in the Becker, Minnesota-based Coronet. We'll call it a day as Andy Schmall is 19 green, dead 3 in the Nuclear Banana. That car is still on a roll from last night. Andy was tearing it up in the Pro Cat. I think if he hasn't yet solidified his spot as like the winningest pro driver here at the Strip, I think he's working on that.
That would be an interesting stat to see, I would say.
I mean we can
round after round, and on the pro side, making it to the combine. Is the combine when they get them together?
We can just look at it right here. If we go back to, again, when we gave props to Lela for what she's done with keeping track of the stats and getting everything set up and making sure that we stay in place. Mark Falls had quite the history of making it to finals here. Jody Lang has had quite the history of making it to finals here. In pro? All right, all door cars. We're ready for you now. We gave our double entered an opportunity to make their way in. But all door cars. Let's go ahead and make our way here. And with them headed into the staging lanes, we're going to go back and kind of take a little closer look at the stat sheet. And while we are doing that, for those of you that are on the Jegs and Hoosier live feed, why don't you guys take a look at this?
At the Flings, speed is everything. And when the engines shut off, comfort still matters. Proudly supporting the Flings Bracket Racing Series, Mr. Cool DIYDirect.com is the USA's most trusted Mr. Cool dealer and one of the largest nationwide retailers. From DIY pre-charge systems to traditional installations, we deliver high-efficiency performance built for real life. HVAC systems for home remodels, rental properties to new builds, from race trailers, motorhomes, shops, and even solar-powered setups. Wherever you run, we've got you covered. Real inventory, fast nationwide shipping, and expert support. Mr. Cool DIYDirect.com, because performance doesn't stop at the finish line.
Here we are at the PRI show. I'm with Jason Moulton at the Mickey Thompson booth, and the talk of this show has been about this new tire that they've come out for a Dragster. Tell us about it.
So yeah, we're launching the new Bubba Radial here at PRI show. This is something we've worked on for a while, and I'm going to pick on you here a little bit, Peter. A couple of years ago, you asked me, how can you do better than the current Bubba that's out there? How can you one up that? We did it, and we were actually working on it when we talked about it, but I couldn't let the cat out of the bag. So this Bubba Radial is really designed for the bracket guys out there. It's designed for dragsters and door cars, so you can run it on either. Really, what we're targeting is that 420, 430, up to the 470 range dragsters, and we made this as a true bolt-on, meaning if you're running in that category, you bolt this tire on. You don't have to buy shocks, you don't have to buy converters, you don't have to buy anything. Bolt this tire on, maybe tweak the air pressure a little bit, do some things, but off the rip, what we've seen really with the product that's really exciting for us is improved reaction times from a consistency standpoint. So your reaction times are more consistent, the tire's more consistent, so your ETs are more consistent, and as an added bonus, you're going to pick up, we've seen everywhere up to like 900s to the 8th mile. Now I'm not going to promise that.
Wow, so you've already done a lot of testing with this tire.
Yeah, we've done a lot of testing. To be honest with you, we started this project before COVID. So we've put a lot of laps in these tires. As a matter of fact, I won't tell you who, but they're being run this weekend to try to gather more data. Just so when the tire comes out on the market, we can help people use the product. And we've got people out there that are going to help use the product too. So, you're going to pick up ET, you're going to be more consistent. You're going to pick up some mile per hour. Your action times are going to be more consistent. I don't know what else you want to do, right? I mean, so we're really excited about it. We spent a lot of time on this. And again, the key is we're not asking the racers to go out and buy special parts to run this tire. Now, if you're running a 370, 380, 390, you're probably going to have to start looking in that direction. But our focus has really been on your racers, in the range that they run. There's a lot of cars out there. And whether you got a dragster, you got a top sportsman car or a door car, anything, we've got a tire now that's going to suit your needs. We're really excited about it.
I can tell it's been a hot booth this weekend. And you know what, as a from a bracket racer standpoint, everyone talks about, oh, it just needs to repeat, repeat, repeat. You sound like you covered your bases there, but these guys like to pick up. They like to go fast too. They want to be going 455 instead of 464. So hey, I give you guys a lot of credit for thinking outside the box.
Yeah, I mean, and it's funny, back at the office when we were working on this, they said, well, who's asking for this tire? I said, nobody. But, I think Henry Ford said something to the effect of, if I asked my customers what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse. So, we're trying to, and that's the great thing about us being at your races and being in all the races we go to. We're going to be at 150 events next year. We can look at the market and go, what can we do to make this market more exciting, more fun, more consistent? What can we do? So this has been something that I've been very passionate about, but I've had to be very tight-lipped about. But we've put a lot of runs on it. We've looked at a lot of graphs that just, they overlay and repeat and repeat and repeat. So we took the radial and we moved the technology to the next level. This is not built like every other radial on the planet. It's very unique, but we are able to do it and come out with something that's going to suit the needs of the market. Again, very excited about it.
They give back to the racers. They're on a cutting edge of development, so we appreciate what you do. You give tires to the best losing package at our events, so we appreciate you guys.
Thank you, and thank you for giving us a venue to do it with. I mean, it's, as a community, we're all trying to do the same thing out here, and it's great to be partnered with you guys.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickeys means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickeys. Because if you're not running Mickeys, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
All right, so once again, doubles. We should have our door card doubles. You should be making your way into the staging lanes. Again, Chad Duke, best losing package of ATI Performance products, round number 3. And round number 4 are all door cars. You should be in the staging lanes. We're in the Kid Performance and Dyno. And super excited to announce that our second stream has started. I know it's not on you, Warren, but I'm just saying. We got 1,500 watching on stream number 1, and we have started our late night. It's the after party. That's what it is. This is Vegas. You've got what's the whole thing? The day club? The day club at the pool in stream number 1. So you get the day club in stream number 1, and then when the second stream starts, because once we hit 12 hours of streaming, I guess, YouTube cuts it off at 12 hours. That's recording. You can keep streaming, but the recording stops. And so for those of you that are hanging out at the day club, we're not closing the pool. If you rented a cabana, we're not going to kick you out of the cabana. If you're in the live stream, if you're in the feed, if you're chatting with us over there, we're not going to kick you out. But we have opened the After Hours Club. You can go to the nightclub. What? Yeah, Jason, I'm looking at kind of the chat over here, and that's what we said. Justin Hoff he brought the bunny. I wasn't going to say that it was him. Just kind of, anyway. It didn't want to, the kids were still here. So I didn't exactly want to say that it was him in the suit. Exactly. The Easter Bunny's real. Justin just got him up here. That's the whole point. We're doing what? Oh, why are we doing that? Oh. All right, well, we got tractors out there, and we've got round number 4. The Kid Performance and Dyno round number 4. What's up, Ronnie? You are... I don't know if we got Warren on that one or not, but to go dead silent, just sit here and hold as still as we could. Oh, we had to have a little fun. It's late. But, yeah, I think we held still long enough. It did kind of look it. I'm not sure. Hey, so again, Chad Duke, best losing package of the ATI Performance Products round number 3. And Paige Smith was the last lady standing.
Oh, cool.
The S&T truck repair. So, Paige, you are going to get to come up here and get that $250 check. We've got that. Paige, congratulations. You were the last female standing, and again, happy birthday, Mama Smith.
Happy birthday, Mama
I
Smith.
found out it was Mama Smith's birthday, so happy birthday, Mama.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Paige was the last female standing, put on a great show.
Yes.
It's been a great weekend. It's been a great week. It's been a fantastic day for all of you that are watching us on the live feed. Hey, thanks for being here. I don't care if you are in the day club feed, if you are now in the nightclub feed, because that second feed has, yesterday we had the VIP room.
We did have the VIP
We had the OG in the VIP room. Today we had the day club.
Yes.
And if you're in the chat bleachers, you got yourself a cabana, you're hanging out, watching by the pool, and then now the nightclub is going to get started. We're going to turn on the lights here in a little while, and we're going to have the nightclub feed from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Do we get bottle? No, only the winner gets bottle service. We actually deliver a bottle down into the winner circle. But it was Tyler Bohannan was probably taking full advantage of the bottle service last night.
I can imagine.
The limo,
Yes.
the suite,
Yeah.
the entourage.
Well deserved.
They were doing Vegas.
Well deserved.
They were doing Vegas.
Well deserved. Nate, obviously this has been a great weekend. So I'll kind of pick your brain as we've got some time here.
Yes, sir.
Give me some of your favorite moments of the weekend. Now, obviously, the immediate first one is last night. Tyler Bohannan, 0002.
For
wins
sure.
The million.
For sure.
I think you can almost encompass Friday as a whole because there's just great competition, particularly that 3 to round 5. Gosh, man, there were some crazy packages. There was at one point it felt like me and Carver were in here, and it was like 2 total versus 5 total, 5 total versus 10 total, 2 total versus 4 total. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is just nasty.
It was, and I thought it was by that time the wind had started to die down.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was starting to really get together. I mean, when we started the day in that Brodix run for the 50K, seeing everybody kind of all over the place. Are you trying to make me feel better about myself? You.
I thought I would match your headroom.
Come on.
Go ahead.
Look.
Go ahead.
Look. So when we started that Brodix run for the 50K,
Yeah.
everybody was all over the place. I mean, we were under, we were over, we were nowhere near the number. And after watching what had happened the day before in the Cascade Truck and Trailer 30K Thursday, those were, I mean, if you were more than a couple hunt off, something had gone wrong.
Yeah.
The weather was perfect. Everybody was 00, dead, whatever. And it was just brutal.
Mm-hmm.
It was a killing field.
It really was.
And you had to navigate it gently. You had to navigate it correctly. And if you didn't, you would pay for it. So that was definitely one of my favorites, was watching the brutality of Thursday. Then getting into Friday.
Okay.
Loved listening to your call of the run for the 50K.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely loved listening to that. You and loved listening to Brent over here as we've done this. It's just been a lot of fun, but especially when we would go trip zip.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I sequestered myself out of the room because every time I came in here, I was not doing the racers any favor.
Why that is?
And I'm not normally a superstitious person, but
yeah, for whatever the reason, boy, you'd walk in and then
it would just go.
30s and
it
40s
would go wrong.
And, yeah, it was cool to see 1 total. It was cool to see 1 thou under.
Mm-hmm.
It was cool to see 2 total. We had 3 total twice. We obviously had a lot of great giveaways because of that, so that was super cool for the racers. And just something that is just for fun that they got to be a part of. And again, just one of the small slices that makes this a great pie to
I
enjoy
agree.
all week long.
Some of the other things that were my favorites, off-track activities, the Easter egg hunt that Emily
That was
puts on
cool,
for the
wasn't
kids.
it?
You like that?
Yeah, that was cool.
That
It's great
was
to see
that was fun.
Great to see the kids excited, and I love the fact that Emily and Peter and the Fling team here make sure that it's a priority to involve them, and gosh, the kids get to obviously do the Easter egg hunt, but then they get these cool toys and treats, and they love the bubbles, and we had 2 Easter bunnies.
2 Easter bunnies.
Wow, that's crazy.
We know who it was.
Yeah, they're the Easter bunnies.
But
Yeah.
just saying.
Cool.
It was amazing. It was really cool. What about you? If real quick, as round number 4 is starting to head into the water box, other than the things that we had mentioned, what's your favorite?
You know what? I think one of them, just because solely he is somebody that I've spent a lot of time with. He's actually happened to be pulling into the water box to watch Matt Datis win one of the main events. Pretty cool deal. I thought Corey Costin towing his new dragster was super, super cool. And then honestly, the Mr. Cool DIY Direct shootouts were such a new, fun, unique ad to this event. It's great, they've been described as some second chance opportunities for racers, but also, it's cool to send cars down the racetrack while we're waiting for folks to come around. It's cool to give them a second chance opportunity, and it was a really great ad on both days, obviously on Thursday and Friday.
It was. We'll talk more about that. We are going to have some time in between rounds when we get later on in the day, but again, doubles, keep in mind, If you are doubled, there will be no more separate running of the doubles, no more separate running of the bulls. You are going to be lumped in with everybody else. And, Brent, we're into pro.
Biggest names here all weekend, and we've been saying them all weekend. Matt Datis, right side, Vermilion, Ohio, 6:08 in the Grand Am. Left side, Joe Schmall, 6:26 in the Cavalier, and they're 2 thou apart. That shows you how we got here, 14 to a 16. And look at Joe Schmall, 14 dead egg. Joe Schmall had 2 thou on the starting line and goes dead zip on the back and locks Matt Datis out. Datis was 16, takes 9, breaks out by 7. There just was no room to work there. Great pass, Joe Schmall. Next pair up, the S10 of Noah Lewis, Clarksville, Tennessee. And George LeBlanc, 66 Chevelle. 575 to the 612, and the big wheels up for Lewis. They are neither one spectacular on the starting line. Lewis was 6 behind on the starting line, goes dead 9. LeBlanc breaks out by 7 thou.
Getting into our next pair with Phil Bryant and Phil Pennington. Battle of the Phils. Bryant dialed 593. Pennington dialed 479. Into our Super Pro door cars. Again, we are looking for our doubles to make their way up here as quickly as possible. We've called all of our door cars. Again, we will not be running our doubles separate anymore, but with Bryant dialed 593, Pennington dialed 479. Cliff, to answer your question, no, that is just Mother Nature taking its course. Just the way that it is. 593 to a 479, pre-stage bulbs lit both sides of the racetrack. Inset, tree drops. Phil Bryant grabs himself 31 thousandths of a second advantage. 004, dead 1, puts up 5 total against Pennington. Pennington was 35 green, nowhere to go, and no way to turn on the wind light. As he gets locked out, Pennington bows out. Phil Bryant will move on.
Nasty lap there for Bryant. Ron Milton, 586. Somerset, Wisconsin, the 68 flamed up Firebird. And right side, Damon Bustamante, the 1957 Roadster Corvette. Cool ride, 544 right side for Bustamante. Milton is staged. Bustamante with a little flicker, and there he goes. They are both green, and they're 7 thou apart. The starting line advantage goes to Milton. The wind light shines for the left side. Double breakout. Milton goes under by just 2 thou. So Aaron Milton moving on to round number 5.
I'll bring out Chuck Sanders and Tony Henderson. And yes, very good point. As was raised in the chat bleachers when we're talking about kind of favorite things from the weekend, was seeing those 2 perfect passes during the morning on, I believe it's Thursday. We got Chuck Sanders that put up a perfect run. Sandlin put up a perfect run, and Chuck Sanders sitting behind the wheel of the pickup truck right now, left side of the racetrack. Tony Henderson in that Kurt Johnson Cavalier, racer out of Surprise, Arizona, going up against Sanders coming out of Point Pleasant, West Virginia. And I do believe, yep, we made sure to mark that off. Again, we are certainly trying to make sure that that was our racer out of West Virginia. And I know somebody said it was there. I want to make sure we got all of the states right. Advantage at this end of the racetrack went to Tony Henderson, win light to Henderson. Henderson is 16 green, gets there first 53 thousandths of a second, and ends up 1 above 9. Chuck Sanders is 1 above exactly, but was not 16 green, had given up about 600ths of a second advantage with an 078 reaction time.
Real quick. All dragsters to the lanes for round 4. All dragsters to the lanes for round number 4. Brandon Hoover, the Cavalier out of Boise, Idaho, 5:34, really finding the groove today for Hoover. Jason England, driving the machine out of Benton, Kentucky. He was driving it off of the bottom for the rest of the weekend. He flipped over. Colby Walker was driving it off the bottom, and it seems like it's worked out for England to switch over to the top side. Goes 20 up front, 12 above, loads up Hoover here in round number 4.
Now bring up race kid Brandon Taylor. What? Oh, jeez. Oh, Brandon. If everybody could see what's going on right now. Race kid in the Nova dialed 594. Brandon Taylor dialed 611. No difference in reaction time. Win light goes to Brandon Taylor. Taylor is 10 on the tree. Race kid is 10 on the tree. And it's going to be Race Kid 595. It's going to be Brandon Taylor 612. Win light Taylor. Brandon 10 takes 7 at the stripe to be 1 above and get the win light over Race Kid.
Nice lap there. You love it when they hit the tree identical. It just leaves every bit of the rest of it to the big end. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. Left side, the S10 out of Mexico. And Hank Primov. Yes, that's 67. Roadster Corvette. 508. Right side. 615. Left side, and they're both pre-staged. See those taillights? They blink on and off as they bump forward, bump forward. Hernandez is in. There goes Primov. And they are just 2 thou apart on the starting line. Coming down to the big end. And problems for Hernandez. I looked down to see who was getting ready to take it on the screen. And I didn't see Hernandez getting to the stripe. I look up. Hernandez is sitting down there dead in the water off of the left side of the racetrack. Primov was 35 up front. Clicks it off a little early when he noticed that Hernandez was not there. Actually, probably came flying by because Hernandez had problems before the finish line, and with Primov being the chaser, he comes by, says, uh-oh, I shouldn't have caught him nearly that quick. Clicks it off, keeps it safe, and Hernandez sits idle. Down on the left side, Ronnie, can you tell anything from here? That is some great intel, Ronnie. Yeah. Brilliant deduction. Yeah, the brilliant deduction by Ronnie was, I said, what do you see down there? I see a truck. It's sitting on the left. It's not moving. It's white. The driver is out. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for all of that important intel. That was our AI. It appears that the driver is out. Well, it looks like they've got the truck going. Hernandez going to drive it away. Live from the announcing tower.
We ought to get them behind it, and then you remove the photo.
There it is, live from the tower. Our guest announcers.
Here we are. Love those dudes. Love those guys. If we keep doing this many more years, that's exactly what it's going to look like. Oh, man.
So the quad is pushing the Hernandez truck towards the turnoff. It does not appear that there's any cleanup to be done, just the exodus of that S10 of Hernandez. That thing, they probably literally just wore it out. It probably went down there right before the stripe and just said, I can take no more.
That's a possibility.
I
It's
can
certainly
take
a
no more.
possibility. And I mean, we've certainly seen our fair share of, some race cars that have been put to the test.
That's a fact.
All right, we've put them to the test. We have run them to the limit, and in some cases it happens. But no matter what, whether you're talking about some of the great folks out there like Kid Performance and Dyno, Sunset Race Engines, Spiegel, just all of these folks, they get their stuff from the best in the country. We're lucky to have some of the best of the country in-house with us here in Kid Performance and Dyno, and these things are built to take a beating. They
They've
are
taken a
built
beating,
to
yep.
take the beating, and occasionally something will happen, but they're built to take it, they're built to perform, and they're built to win. And Gabe Torres going up against Jeff Serra. Jeff over on the left side, 650, or Gabe on the left side, 651 is the dial. Serra dialed 534, win light, G money. Gabe, 23 green, take 2 thou, probably give back, or was given to him with that 651 on a 651. He is dead on 8. Serra was 12 and ends up 2 above 1 to bow out as Gabe will move on to round number 5.
Team Mexico has gone so many laps. I mean, they have done an amazing job this weekend. That's why I said that little truck's going, whew, you have put the hurting on me.
Oh, Bug McCarty, 003 green, get there 2 thou, breaks out 6 thou, but it didn't matter. Ted Seipel, 003 red, and then goes down to be dead on 2. Ouch.
Wow. Ted finding his groove today. Man, I mean, he was struggling earlier in the weekend, and really today, I mean, just finding himself here in round number 4. What a great job and a great comeback, if you want to say a comeback story over the weekend, to make it there and to 3 thou red. I mean, that's just still a great performance there for Ted.
Yeah, Ted definitely showing off a little bit today of what it was like when he was really knocking them down back in the day. David Kahns and Kyle Fritz. Fritz has dialed 666 in the Dirty Bird. David's dialed 511 in the split-windowed Corvette. Team Mexico trying to hang in there and keep one in the game. Not going to get her done this time. 512 on a 511 for David. He was 48 green. Kyle Fritz was 10 thou better with a 38 green. And Fritz, 38 take 8 thou, is 1 over the dial to get the win light.
There is the second round, the second pass of this round for the Cavalier. That's Andy Schmall. Joe was driving it earlier. Andy still in it as well, 625 on the right side. Steve Williams, 63. If it had a top, it would be a split window. But it is a roadster version, 545. So Schmall going to leave. About 3/4 of a second later, Williams going to try to chase him down. But I'm going to tell you, Williams has got his work cut out. and can't get it done there. Schmall, 13 up front, dead 5, 18 total. Williams, small swing and a miss on the starting line, and Schmall just left him no room to get there.
We're getting down to Super Pro door car. Cooper Chun on the solo. Cooper, 635 is what he's looking for, piloting Steve Kelly's door car. We got dragsters for round number 4 rolling under the arch right now. It is Kid Performance and Dyno, round number 4. With Cooper, a little early on the let go. Little bit early. Ended up with a 172 red light, and then we'll go 634 on the 635. That brings door cars to a close for round number 4, the Kid Performance and Dyno round, as we get into the dragsters for the Kid Performance and Dyno round. And it's, yeah, we still got some folks hanging in here. Still got about 2 full lanes worth of dragsters in round number 4. Again, the shadows are pretty much fully over the racetrack now. Troy, I think, yes. I haven't been doing a lot as far as the laps that Dave was doing in the door car. He was going rounds last night, late last night in the dragster, late in the night before, but pretty sure that he was doing the stop all weekend in Dad's car. Eric Nazarinus, Sean Hart. Sean, 467 is the dial. Nazarinus is dialed 507. Dragsters are getting underway. We've got 2 chats going. One is the OG chat. It's the day club that started this morning. If you wanted to jump over to the later chat, the one that will continue to record once the other one runs out, that is basically you just go right back to YouTube, look for 2026 Spring Fling Million Saturday, Part 2. That's all you got to do. Jump rooms.
Pretty simple. Hey, by the way, quick attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Maurice throw round 5 to the lanes as Sean Hart and Eric Nazarinus go down. They were 5 thou apart on the starting line. Double breakout. Light shines towards Sean Hart. Goes 466 on the 467. 10 under. Nazarinus further under. So Sean Hart moving on to round number 5.
As Donovan Williams, Jacob Stalworthy. Williams rolling up left side, part of Team Overkill. They have had a pretty decent weekend, and Jacob Stalworthy for the folks out of Boise, Idaho. 455 is the dial for Stalworthy. 444 the dial for Donovan. And Gene, no, I don't think we saw Dylan Howe here. We did see the Cascade Truck and Trailer Sales 30K Thursday, and we are certainly thankful for the Cascade Truck and Trailer Sales team. And if you are in the market, if you're looking for help for a trailer, Dylan's the guy to call. Both drivers leave early. Stalworthy leaving first was 11 red. Donovan Williams leaving second was 002 red, and Donovan will stay in the game. Stalworthy to finish up the run goes 454.9. 11 red under a thou. Donovan gets the win light. He goes 438 on that 444. Sold a couple.
Just a couple. Jesse DiBartello. Going to be on the right side, 486. Greg Hicks. Out of Vegas. 06 Race Tech. Going to be on a 453. So DiBartello leaves out first, 33 hundredths later. Hicks going to come after him, and they're just 1 thou apart on the starting line. All comes down to the finish line. Hicks dead 4 on the good side. DiBartello 4 early. Yes, breakout by 4 for DiBartello. Clean by 4 for Greg Hicks.
I'll bring up Jake Jones and Josh Harper. Harper out of Georgia, right side. Jake Jones out of South Jordan, Utah, left side. The Miller-built car is dialed in 474. Josh Harper will get the chance to take his car off the line first with that 504 dial. We'll see who ends up making their way into round number 5. Again, thank you very much, Mark, your entire family, your entire group, for everything you're doing. Five thousandths of a second. The difference in reaction time. 504 on a 504. Josh Harper is going to put it right on the number. Gets there first, 6 thou to get the win light. Jake Jones was behind 5 thou at the head and also puts it right on the number, but doesn't get the win light. 19 dead 9, no good against Harper's 14 dead 8. Harper's moving on.
There you go with Kyle Culrren. Took this and his door entry both down to 16 in the million yesterday. Mike Collins, right side, 494. For the Californian of Collins, the 2010 TNT Dragster. Left side, the 2024 Next Gen of Culrren. Going to be dialed 457, a half a second head start for Collins. 10 thou apart on the starting line. Win light going to shine. 16 dead zip. Culrren is 16 dead 0. Collins 26 dead 3. Culrren moving on again. He went all the way to the split with 2 entries last night, and he is going rounds again today. He wraps up his round 4 and moving on to round 5 for Culrren.
Oh, man.
Next pair away, Nathan Martin is 002 and dead 6. I mean, dead 0.
Oh.
Yeah, 446 on the 446 with an egg. So 2 total for Nathan Martin. Caden Harrell was 34 up front, locked out. Well, you would have had to nearly been perfect to not be locked out, as Martin puts together a heck of a lap here in round 4. The kid performance in dyno round 4. Next one's in the box. Well, getting ready to light up the Christmas tree. Dennis Lifco, 464 right side. Cody Graham, left lane 469. So just 5 little numbers separate the stagger on the Christmas tree. Graham will leave first. Lifco shouldn't be more than about a front wheel behind. Lifco got the pre-stage bulb lit, waiting on Graham. Both top bulbs in. Who goes next? It's Lifco. Graham in. Tree drops. Lifco goes 008 red. Graham 007 green, and he was holding a couple too.
Ooh. Corey Galitti left side. Matt Datis right side. Datis is dialed in with a 459. Corey Galitti is dialed in with a 439. Basically the quick 2/10. The computer will calculate that, and then we are going to let 2 of them. Apparently that's, makes sense now. Schuster's Dragster. I thought for some reason Just it was the design on the scoop. That was my take earlier in the day. It reminded me of something different from this thing. You can only see the scoop. 2 thou separate them up front. This is a battle. This is a battle. Corey Galletti, 14, take 10 at the stripe to break out by 11 thou. Matt Datis, 12 dead 1. Matt Datis' 13 pack locks out Galletti's 14 thou reaction time. Great side-by-side drag race. If you're Matt Datis, probably not the best one that you're most excited about if you are Galletti, but Datis moving on.
Chris Whitfield. Hey, nobody's playing anymore. With these margin of victories and these packages, I mean, I've already just seen a 2-pack. So 2-pack is still alive here at the strip. Chris Whitfield, 464, 479 for Jeff Dobbins on the left side. Little head start going to be for Dobbins, and Whitfield going to try to take that margin up. The margin got slightly larger. Not bad, but there's another one. Jeff Dobbins, 006, dead 0. Whitfield, 13, dead 4. 17, and a pretty good little spread, margin of victory for Dobbins, who's 6 total.
Jeez. Yeah, the afternoon slump is behind us. It's working its way out of here. Kellen Rivera and Cooper Chun. Chun, just imagine how many times we watched that car come up last year in what was, if I'm remembering correctly, it was huge. It was a massive payday for Cooper. Matter of fact, it was the largest payday that we had paid out to that point in time, and to see him roll up time after time after time, cool as a cucumber. I think Cooper's getting his Chun back. 006, 491 on a 489, but no good. Kellen Rivera was 19 green, 1 above, and gets to the stripe first by 4 thousandths of a second. Oh, that one looked like Cooper had it in the bag, but ends up 2 above the dial, and Kellen Rivera sneaks inside of that to get the win line.
Grady Johnson going to be over here on the left side, going to be dialed 462. The quicker of the pair, Ryan Barnes, Tomball, Texas, going to be dialed 438. Yeah, nobody's playing anymore. We had this little time here a couple rounds ago where you're seeing a bunch of red lights, and it seemed like there maybe was either a little slump going on, maybe a little nerves, maybe they were hungry, whatever. We've had our lunch. It's time to focus. We're working our way through round number 4, getting into the payday rounds. They said you better be really good if you're going to get this win light, this final win of the weekend here at the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million 30K. FTI Saturday. Grady Johnson is 10 up front. And unfortunately for Ryan Barnes, he was not. Johnson, 10 up front, dead 8, 18 total, locks out Barnes. Barnes lets go 45, and nowhere to go as Grady Johnson goes to round number 5.
I'll bring up Johnny Ezel and Ty Farmer. Farmer out of Texas, Ezel out of Louisiana. A little Southern State battle here with Farmer dialed 455, Ezel dialed 467. Burnouts are complete, and we're going to get them rolled on up. Our pro category, round number 5, is making their way out of the staging lanes, coming on up in here behind the tower. We have called pro. We've got all of you back there. Ezel's in control. Farmer's in trouble. Yep, Johnny. 15, take 31 thou at the stripe. Ends up 469 on a 467. 2 above that dial. Ty Farmer was almost 60, leaving this end of the racetrack, 59 green, and then 1 above, 456 on a 455. Ezel moves to round number 4. It'll be the Hoosier round. Excuse me, round number 5. It'll be the Hoosier round.
Attention in the pits. All door cars for round number 5 to the lanes. We are starting to blow through them here. We're running lower on cars. Cooling off out there. It's time to get it done. Round number 5, all door cars to the lanes, please. Marlon Goats. Mark Barnhart. Barnhart's got a little bit of room to work with. Takes advantage of it. Barnhart was 16 up front. Goats was 21 up front. Barnhart gets their second to be on the good side. Goats breaks out by 3 thou.
That'll bring up our next couple. Tyler Murrup, 476 dial. Gonna be Brandon Taylor dialed in at 449. Tyler coming in out of Sandy, Utah. Taylor coming in out of Woodland, Alabama, 449, and Tyler Murrup drops it red by 12 thousandths of a second. Taylor 11 and goes 447 on a 449. Getting the win light, moving into round number 5. Again, we have called all door cars. Round number 5. Go ahead and start making your way into the staging lanes, please. All door cars. Round number 5.
And it looks like the final pair of Kid Performance and Dyno round number 4 is at the Christmas tree. Mike Culrren going to be dialed 443 on the right side of the surface. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. in the Dragster for Team Mexico, 470 over here on the summit side. Tree falls, and Culrren is 004. Dead 2, 6 total. I do like it when they're that way because the math is much easier. When you only have, less than 10, I can do that math, and it's pretty easy for me. I don't have to take my toes or anything. Hernandez was 19 and dead 4. Good lap, but not good enough for the 6-pack of Mike Culrren.
That brings a close to the Kid Performance and Dyno round number 4. We have got round number 5. It is the Hoosier. Round number 5 as we start pro. Joe Kidd dialed 633. Brandon Umbberger in the Chevette dialed 575. Scoreboard, both of them dead on the dial. Brandon 15. Joe Kidd was 10. 10 dead, 1. Take 3 thou at the stripe. Kidd is 11 total. Brandon Umbberger is 15 dead, 9. Ends up 24 thou total in the win light. 15 dead. Yep, the win light. It's Joe Kidd, 1 above 1. Let me look at that right. I'm missing numbers now.
I'll tell you, the 5 thou starting line advantage was probably welcomed as the right lane. You see the tire track was, about a good half a car width over to the right. So he took a little bit of a long way down and still gets it done. Fortunate for the 5 thou starting line advantage, Andy Schmall, Stephen Mang, the Stankin Mang. They're 4 thou apart on the starting line. Win light gonna shine for Andy Schmall. 14 dead, 7, 21 total for Schmall. Mang was 18 up front. 1 above 2, no good.
I can bring out Kelly Hockaday. I think you're starting to speak it into existence, Ronnie. Talking about going out there, talking to the Hockadays. The juju is there. It's paying off. They keep going rounds. I mean, in round number 5. And Hockaday, the difference between a win light in round number 5 and a win light in round number 6, a couple of $100. Couple of $100. Going to move from like a $600 to an $800 payday. And with that, they just kind of, as we've said in the past, it's cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. Everybody likes it at cha-ching. You like it at juice? We like it at juice. You like it at juice, huh? You like it at cha-ching? Yeah, everybody likes the cha-ching. Especially when the win light turns on and your cha-ching goes up by a couple of $100. Is there ever a time, Brent, when you don't like your payday to go up a couple of $100?
You mean people are getting paid?
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I thought you would absolutely love that. Heck yeah. People are getting paid. They are getting paid some decent money here. That's what it's all about. As soon as they started turning on that third round scoreboard, as soon as that light up, cha-ching. The next scoreboard that lights up, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
The next scoreboard that lights up, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. It just keeps going. It just keeps going until we finally get to the point where they're going to get back into the back and there's going to be a whole bunch of change that's going to go into the pot. They're going to look at it and be like, okay, add this to this, carry the 3. Here's our total amount. Oh, do it. We love the cha-ching.
Everybody loves a cha-ching. Everybody loves a cha-ching. Yes, every round. Going up.
I like it. So
5 that round, by the way, of Larice Pro. There was 5. So that means there are now 3 left in Larice Pro. One of those will win the Pro bonus and then move over to the main. They're the $30,000 for the FTI Saturday.
Hey, Chris Whitfield. Condolences on your loss in round number 1. Congratulations on being the best condolences on your loss there in the Kid Performance Dyno round. Condolences on being the best losing package in that round, as that got you a Kid Performance and Dyno $500 bonus. So, again, condolences on the loss. Congratulations on getting the $500. Thanks to Kid Performance and Dyno. So maybe that's just the way we just start doing it. Condolences and congratulations. We certainly hope that this consolation prize makes your day a little bit better, a little bit nicer, and a little bit easier to handle. Yeah. Ronnie says if you are really not in the mood to come up here and collect your $500, he will happily accept it on your behalf. He'll take it home. He'll take really good care of it. He'll take really, really, really good care of it. I think that would be a good thing. So we are into our Hoosier round. We've called Super Pro door cars to join us in the staging lanes. Again, we're getting down to the point where we're going to start turning them around pretty quick. There are fewer and fewer cars that are rolling out again as you start making your way up here. Oh, by the way, you thought of another moment. Really? Yeah. I thought the opening with the jets flying overhead. Well, that was pretty cool. It was the national anthem that, again, looking at that, I know, Ronnie, you're walking down here, and I try to make sure that I say this the right way. There are a lot of times that you look at somebody and go, okay, I don't expect what just happened. And it's not because you just get that vision like, oh, yeah, do I expect that person to be able to sing like that from a first impression? Not really. And then when you picked up that mic and started belting that out like that, that was impressive. And I grew up, I'm by no means am I like a superb musician or anything like that. But I did grow up playing in the band, so I understand what it's like to be able to carry a tune, to be able, where you're flat, are you sharp, are you this, are you that? That was impressive, man.
I
the
really
vibrato
appreciate
that was played into that, that was. Are you trained?
Yes. So, just a little background on me. As this is my first event with y'all, first weekend I've met y'all. Yes, you expect an older, slightly portly, slightly scratchy Kentuckian to start ripping off some classical music. No, that's probably not the normal thing. We kind of always had friends that always said, "What do you mean? What do you mean? You like?"
We'll see if Warren. Let's bring the camera back in here. We are going to find out about the newest addition to the announcer team here. I want to know more about Brent, where this classically trained voice came from. Is Warren down there? He's down there.
He's down there.
Yeah, I want to find out. I mean, they've seen our face. Here, you know what? I'm going to do the same thing to you that Ronnie did to me just for fun. No, tell us about this, man. Where you're classically trained. Where was your vocal training?
So, long time ago, we got some people said, "Hey, this was like 5th grade. Oh, I think you can sing a little bit." I got with a teacher there in Evansville, University of Evansville, and started working with them. I went to college at Western Kentucky University on a vocal scholarship. I went to Belmont University in Nashville on a vocal scholarship. So when I see these names, it is something that I see the names, and sometimes the reason I struggle with somebody's name or I say it not the way they say it, in that training, you go through Italian, German, French. We have to study them all to be able to, people say, "Oh, can you speak all those languages?" No, I cannot. Mm-hmm. If you ask me a question in most of the language, can I answer that question? No, I cannot. But can I read it phonetically? Absolutely. So had a bunch of vocal training. I'm in a band now. You mentioned a band. My band now, we do 50s and 60s doo-wop and shoo-wop. So that's a lot of fun. But even within that, have you ever heard of a band called Jay and the Americans?
I have not.
Oh, man. Great band from back in the day. Mm-hmm. And they have a song that when I started with that band, they said, "I know the song you need to do." A Jay and the American song, and because of my classical background, there's probably not another band out there that does that song called Cara Mia Mine, and it's just, you can look it up. It's a great song, and that's my training.
All right.
Belmont, Western Kentucky. I've sung the national anthem a lot of times, but I would definitely, if I saw me, I'd go, okay, we hear the way he talks. He loves cars. Cars and classical music not always going together. So it's a fun thing, and I'm glad to be able to do that. I try to do it the way that I feel like it needs to be done. I try to do it, straight up and in the most respectful way I can do it, and that, I feel like that goes a long way.
Well, I am just going to say, as we've got our pro cars headed into the water box, man, that was something to behold, and again, just a very pleasant surprise when that started coming out and the jets going overhead. It was a very, very cool moment. So thank you for sharing your talent with us there during opening ceremonies.
It was, it's more than just the voice, too. That whole moment, you let it all in. You got the great intro. We had the color guard, and then you have the military jets flying over. And it kind of brought that whole moment together to just really work out beautifully. And I'm just great pride to be a tiny part of it. So I appreciate the kind words there, Nate.
Yeah, I definitely agree that the Nellis Air Force Base color guard and their presentation of the colors, it's really cool to see them coming up between the cars, lining up under the arches. Joe Schmall, Tony Henderson. We're going to continue on in Hoosier, round number 5. Super Pro door car.
2 Cavaliers that look very different to be nearly the same car. AC Delco machine on the right side of Tony Henderson and Joe Schmall, and they're away and they're 3 thou apart. Wind light going to shine as Schmall was 11 up front. He had 3 to play with. The finish line tightens up to 2 thou. Tony Henderson gave him an excellent run, but Joe Schmall moving on to round number 6 as we kick off Hoosier round number 5. Nate, you going to step away for a minute and we're going to have Ronnie in? Is that what we're thinking?
I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to let Ronnie call some laps here for a minute, but I agree with you, right? I mean, the whole Clark, never judge a book by its cover, and it's always wonderful to be pleasantly surprised when somebody shows up with a talent that you didn't know they have, and all of a sudden you're like, wow. So I think we are working on, again, only a handful of doubles, like just a couple of them. We called our dragsters in. We've called our dragsters in. So dragsters round number 5. Come on down. I am going to be back here in just a little bit, but we're into round number 5. Hoosier round number 5, final day of racing. We are getting there quickly, and it's always a melancholy kind of day.
Right.
It's a melancholy kind of day when it's the last day, you're excited, and then what makes it worse is it's the last day and you're sad because we don't get to come back and do it again.
Right.
Until next year.
I look forward to the night's sleep because it has been fantastic and exhausting. So I know racers.
Wait, you said night sleep?
Oh, that's right. You're not even getting any sleep. When is your flight?
It was so funny.
You're not even
about 30 minutes. What's that? No. 30 minutes ago, you showed me your flight. You're flying out at what? 5 a.m.? 5:30?
8.
Oh, 8 a.m.
Yeah,
oh, 8 a.m.
Yeah, I got all kinds
that's
of
right.
sleep.
You board at like 7:30 or something.
Correct.
Like that. And my flight board's at 4:30 in the morning. I didn't even know they boarded that early.
Who booked it? You?
So, well, when I booked it, I'm in Denver, and I'm guessing it showed Denver time. Because there's no way I would have booked a flight that boarded at 4:30. So I'm guessing it was listed at 5:30. But, of course, 5:30 there is 4:30 here. And now I won't sleep tonight.
What airline was this? They always list them local.
I thought
Southwest.
I thought you got the AM and the PM
I
mixed
got to
up.
talk to our friends at Southwest. I'm not happy with my excursions here because, of course, maybe not a highlight, but the flight in was not the most interesting situation in the world.
Right. I thought you just maybe got the AM PM mixed up.
Oh, hey, Lola.
We've played about half our ads for the day, so you're in downtown.
All right, so yeah, we got to go home after this. Maybe we're not getting a good night's sleep. I plan on getting some sleep because I got about 5 hours of flight time tomorrow, so I can get some nappy here and there.
You definitely have a lot longer of a flight than I do.
Correct. I
Yes.
got to go to DFW and then to Evansville, Indiana.
Yes.
But the good news is I get to go home, see my wife and my child and my house and my bed and all those kind of things. The bad news is I got to go home, and that means we're not racing tomorrow because we all love the racing.
Yeah, it's been a really fun weekend to the weekend. We'll talk more about that, but right now, Phil Bryant and Jason England getting us started.
Jason England, one of my hometown racers, Benton, Kentucky, not far from me, getting it done as Phil Bryant clicks it 4 thou red. England, man, that car is dialed. England, a little swing and a miss on the starting line. Didn't matter once Bryant was red, but they've got the car is definitely hitting the marks. Goes dead 5 here in round number 5.
Yeah, and sometimes that can give a racer a lot of confidence because they knows that Jason can control the line, but at the same time, too, Jason got to know that 47 is not going to work next round and certainly got to tighten it up, but will advance as Bryant opens the door with that 4th out red. Kyle Fritz and Hank Primov. Hey, Kyle Gibson. Is this the same Kyle Gibson that was essentially one over the number every single time? I feel like the announcers dialed Kyle Gibson perfectly this weekend. He dialed 402, he ran 403. He dialed 403, he ran 404. Had a pretty good weekend, and he gets the title for fastest laps by far.
Yes.
This weekend by a couple mile an hour. Hank Primov right side, Kyle Fritz left side. As we continue on with Hoosier around 5. As the lights begin to turn on in Las Vegas.
Boy, Primov is 12 up front and probably going to be dead something. Double breakout, breaks out by 1. Fritz also broke out by 1. But Primov was 12 up front. Fritz was 26. So when light shines for the right side for Hank Primov, taking that Corvette to round number 6.
Noah Lewis left side, Clarksville, Tennessee, 612 the dial, and then Gabe Torres, 649 right side in the old Roadster. Hey, final call, Dragsters, final call, all Dragsters, need to see you in the lanes, please.
Boy, there's another swing and a miss. Unfortunately, yeah, it'll catch you. Right now, we're getting into the dark. Maybe, you're going, I think I got this thing, and maybe just a little blink of loss of concentration, and you swing and a miss. Torres did not miss. 009, 50 with a 9. Noah Lewis was going to have a lot of work to do, and Torres was not going to let that happen. Not a chance.
Yeah, Torres is a good driver that you let go 70-some, it's not going to work out, unfortunately. And Lewis is a really talented driver. He just missed it. It happens to all of us.
Yep.
And Torres will advance. Here comes Cooper Chun and Aaron Milton. And that theme of the round kind of continuing is you're hearing Cooper Chun kick it through the floorboard 10. And how about dead zero taking 63? That's a lot of stripe, but who cares when you're dead zero?
Yeah, I could hear it. That's why I was chuckling a little bit. You heard it up here, rant, a couple times. And to be dead zero after the rips. I mean, that's just people that know their machine, and they know what that one rip or whatever it will do.
Yep.
And that's just from experience and lots of laps, and that's why y'all are here, because you know your machine, you know what it does, you've done all the work, you've hit the practice tree 10,000 times, and it's serious. And the quality of laps here this weekend, from Wednesday all the way through Saturday, I don't know at this point how many trip zips there are. I've seen 2 perfect runs. In 10 years, I've probably seen 1 perfect run, and I saw 2 of them this weekend.
Yeah, the one of our racers, certainly Chuck Sanders, and then obviously Chad Sandlin as well, getting it done with the perfect runs. And one of our folks in the chat bleachers mentioned that as one of the favorite moments, the perfect runs. That was pretty cool to see.
That's a fact. Yeah, especially when you see 2 of them on the same day at the same racetrack. That's a hats off to the crew. It's a hats off to the racers. It's just great performance.
Hey, there is a individual named Casey who is waiting on an Uber. Casey, your Uber is here and at the gate. I do not have a last name, unfortunately, but I assume if you are waiting on your Uber and your name is Casey, you are thinking that you're about to leave. So, Casey, your Uber is here at the gate. I would go that way because you probably want to go home. Yeah, Clark, that's, yeah. I don't know what. And I looked on the app, and I obviously am going to get charged to change the flight, so I'm not going to change the flight. I am, like, positive that the times were listed locally there, which I just didn't. Because there's no way I would have boarded it if it said boards at 4:30. I am 100% positive it said boards at 5:30. In fact, my rental return time reflects that because I have a rental car.
Uh-oh.
The
Prius.
The old Prius.
Man, that thing is sweet.
By the way, did you like the? I saw you were behind me.
I did. I was in your draft.
Yeah. Did you see me kind of light it up on the? Allegedly on the on-ramp.
Was that what that was?
I'm sure that
I was at like half throttle behind you, and I literally chopped your head off on the tree on the stoplight the morning before.
Oh no! I reacted. The car just wouldn't go.
The car did not.
Just wouldn't go.
No, it's actually kind of shocking how much power some of those hybrids make.
Yeah.
But it didn't show with the Prius.
This one didn't show with the Prius.
No, it did not.
Here comes Andy Schmall and Brandon Taylor. Taylor left side out of Alabama. Andy Schmall. Right side out of Idaho Falls, Idaho. Looks like we're getting another racer with another map. So again, if you are looking to leave your stuff on the property, and participate in future events, there is a certain area where that needs to be left. And come on up to the tower for the map for that. Schmall, Taylor, 14 to a 16 advantage. Schmall, win light Taylor. 16, dead 5. Take 004 out the back door. That is 21 total. Andy Schmall's run finally slowing here as Taylor will punch a ticket into round number next as Bug McCarty. This is a bye. Hazelhurst, Georgia runner. Sonoma machine dialed 592. Freebie, 26 on the let go, dead 9. Seems good.
There's a question in the chat. Layover. Love them or hate them. I don't know how you could ever love a layover. I mean, if I could get a direct flight from here to Evansville, Indiana,
yeah,
I'd pay a lot more for it.
Yeah,
because
I like direct flights.
Yeah, it's going to take me to DFW.
Yeah,
and then back up to Evansville.
Yeah.
So you got about almost 6 hours of flight time.
And then it's the off the plane. It's the on the plane, off the plane again. It's just such a hassle, and I just like direct flights. I like to just prop up in the plane and just try to sleep, and hopefully the baby don't throw up.
DFW.
I tell you what, if I have to fly next to somebody with a little kiddo on the flight home, I may just swap seats with somebody and be like, hey man, this happened to me. I'm not trying to do this.
I would try for you.
Sean Hart, Greg Hicks, 4 to a 12, win light top end. Sean Hart, boy, he's really dialed in. 004, take 008, and dead 7. That's 11 total. Greg Hicks, let's go 12, and he is mathematically eliminated on the starting line. Round 6, a Larice Pro. Need to see you in the lanes, please. Round 6 of Larice Pro. We'll take you to the lanes, please.
We are running out of cars here in Hoosier round 5. So that means, yes, 1 round closer, 1 more step up the ladder on the payday. Cha-ching again. If you get through 5, cha-ching. You got paid for round 4, but you keep getting more and more and more. Kyle Culrren got paid yesterday, taking 2 entries down to the split. Josh Harper, right side, 503. They are both green. They're 10 thou apart. One is 005. One is 015. Josh Harper, 005. Dead egg. 5030 on the 503 for a 5-pack for Josh Harper. Culrren lets go 15. Takes 1 to break out by 11. Just could not make it up. I mean, when you're up against a 5 total, you're locked out.
Yeah, when the other guy's 5 total, that leaves you no margin for error, unfortunately. Jeff Dobbins the second, and Matt Datis. Datis right side, your winner, back on Thursday. Of course, that was in the door car. This is in the dragster. By the way, something we did not talk about as we got into the later rounds. Obviously, we had mentioned that the final 4 were dragsters, which means the door car run streak was snapped. Nasty up front as advertised, 1 to a 6. My goodness, Matt Datis. How about 1 total?
Wow.
Jeff Dobbins lets go 006 and is mathematically ineligible on the hit. Matt Datis, 1 total. Jeff Dobbins, have a good night. That's
It's
yucky.
sick.
That is yucky.
Yes. Mike Culrren. Mark Barnhart. Barnhart going to be on the left side, going to be dialed 458, going to leave first. Mike Culrren going to leave 1700ths later off of the stagger. 441 for Culrren. Yeah, you know, with your early flight, maybe you just go to the casino for a couple of hours.
That's what.
Yeah, I know. I saw it in there.
Yeah,
It
that's
it
what
sounds
one of
like,
our comments
yeah,
was.
it sounds like a heck of an idea.
May not be a bad idea.
002 to 004.
Oh my!
It's every pair.
Wow.
004 dead 6, 10 total on the left side, and Culrren is dead 10 on the right side. MOV 0005. 10 packs on both sides of the tree.
10 total loses to 10 total by 5-10 thou, and while it's not the closest drag race of the weekend,
We had that one last night.
Well, we had 1 total a little earlier. I think it was back on Thursday. Of course, it was. Excuse me, I shouldn't say 1 total. It's 1/10,000th on the back end for a margin of victory. Back I think it was Thursday. We were 2/10 thou margin of victory in the final round with Bohannan and Brotherton. And now 5/10 thou. It is pretty nasty out there. The weather is pretty solid. Things are stable right now, and cars are printing time slips and drivers. This is, as we like to say as drivers now, a practice tree race. As Donovan Williams, 444 the dial-in left side, and Grady Johnson, 462 right side. They are identical on the starting line. Win light. Donovan Williams, 12. 1 above 9, take 12 as Johnson, 12. And 3 above and some change. So Williams will march on. The dragsters they're pretty trick nasty right now.
Yes, they are. When they're dead even, you start seeing the comparison to their dial-in versus what they cross at. It gets bigger because they literally are just saying, no, you take it. No, you take it. No, you take it. No, I think we're okay. I better take it.
And again, for every round 1, the money goes up.
Looks like I've got my last pair at the starting line. Johnny Ezel, I've got a single looking. There may be a couple more coming. I see him back there. Johnny Ezel, Cody Graham. Dialed identical. 466. Based on what we've seen so far, there's only going to be about 1 thou difference on the starting line. What do you think? I think it's going to happen because every racer here is the consummate professional. Dialed dead even, and nobody wants to light the second bulb. There it goes. Graham in. Ezel right behind, and here comes the tree. There was a little more than 1 thou between them. 14 for Graham. Ezel is 22, but double breakout goes Ezel's way. Ezel is 8 under, and Graham is 14 under. Wow.
Yeah, Johnny Dropper there for the win as the double breakout is going to go his way. Brings up Kellen Rivera and Brandon Taylor. Rivera left side out of Trinidad, Colorado. 516 the dial in, and Brandon Taylor. 448 right side out of Alabama. As we continue to march on towards what would be our final main event winner. Reaction time advantage is worth 7 thou in light. It's going to be Taylor, 14, 1 above 0. Take 13. As Rivera, 21, 1 above, and some change. No good. Hey, round 6. Door cars to the lanes, please. Super Pro door cars. Need to see you in the lane. Super Pro door cars. Come on down.
Larice Pro is definitely running out of cars. 3 left, and they should all be there. I think so. Is there 3 left or 2 left? I feel like there's 3.
Nate Dogg, 008 dead 7, 18, 15 total, excuse me. And Nathan Martin punches a ticket to the next round. Alrighty, so a incredible day yesterday, of course, for the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million. Presented by Rad Torque Systems. It ended late into the evening as a Good Friday turned into a Great Friday for Tyler Bohannan, who is 0002 margin of victory. And if you missed it, here's a way to check it out. The Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque System. Winner, Tyler Bohannan. This is bracket racing at the highest level and of the highest quality.
471 to a 431. 1 thou separate them up front, and the scoreboard is going to light up for Tyler Bohannan. How about separated by 1 thou at this end of the racetrack? 0002, the margin of victory. Tyler Bohannan is 11, 1 above 5. And what an appropriate way for the final round of the million to play out. Tyler Bohannan is your 2026 Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million champion on a Fuel Factory Friday. That is how it's done.
Racers deserve more than just insurance. They deserve Larice. The Flings is proud to stand with Larice Motorsports Insurance, a company built by racers for racers. After over 80 years in the industry, Larice continues to offer contingency payouts, big check sponsorships, and legendary racer appreciation dinners alongside affordable policies that protect you on the starting line, in the pits, and all the miles in between. Take it from some of the best in the business. Larice Motorsports Insurance is more than just a piece of paper and a promise. It's a lifetime of relationships and dedication. Larice Motorsports Insurance. Win more, worry less, Trust Larice.
Hello, everyone. We are caught up here with Farron Lubers from Hoosier Racing Tire here at the PRI show. Farron, what do we got here?
Well, we've got a big show here like usual. It's very busy, but we're trying to show off some of the new tires we have here. And one of them is our bracket dragster tire, the 34, 14, 16 C1350s that we've been struggling a little bit in the bracket side of things, but this one is the best one we've had so far. It's been really super consistent for us. Aimed it at the dragster side of things, not only, but it's worked really good on dragsters. Like, 460s and up, usually with the 1350s. We also have its big brother, the 1450s, which is a 3515. That works really good on cars 460 faster and slower. So, but they've worked really good. You start at about 5 1/4 pounds on them, and it usually goes right to the other end. So, but it's the best dragster tire we've had so far. We're just trying to pick up some market share in the bracket side of things. So that's just the 1350 is one that we're focusing on here at the PRI show.
Well, we talk about the functionality and the differentiation of each of the two tires, and there are a lot of dragsters that participate at the Fling events, which you guys have been a part of for a long time. We thank you for that. And how would you describe how you guys continue to support the events and, most importantly, provide the customer support and informative aspects of it?
Very good. Well, first off, I just want to say that I do love the Fling events. When Pete and Kyle started that thing, we were at the very first one, and I made it to probably about the first 10, all 10 years. And then people keep adding races in, and unfortunately I couldn't, broke my record, but I do love the Flings. They put race cars on the racetrack, and that's exactly what our company needs. But you guys are the best at it. I think you're the leaders at putting the races on, because most of the racers, when they leave, they're happy, and that's really cool.
Well, you guys always strive to do the same with your tires, and those that are loyal to the product, you guys continue to be good to, and we look forward to many more years of continuing that. So we thank you once again.
I appreciate you. We're not perfect at what we do, but we are some of the hardest workers out here, as you are.
All righty, so Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro. As Joe Kidd makes the way down the racetrack, led by 5 thou. Semi-finals. Joe Kidd is into the finals, and now Kelly Hockaday and Andy Schmall will do battle. Winner gets Kidd in the final of the Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro. You know, Kelly, when I had a chat with him, I think it was on Thursday, said, man, we've just been up and down in Tucson. We've been up and down here so far. Like, I don't know what's going on. I said, you know what? Interviewing with the announcers is usually the good juju sign. And things immediately started to turn around, and now he's in the semis. But he has tough customer, Andy Schmall. Schmall, 593 the dial right side. There goes the Falcon. Both drivers go red. And True Start does not change the outcome. Kelly's red is first and worst. He was 33 red, Schmall 11 red. And that will end Hockaday's run. He's one above two. Schmall, 90 on the 93, and the lesser of the two reds. Do want to congratulate Kelly on a nice semifinal run. That was pretty cool to see. And Andy Schmall is going to another pro final where he will race Joe Kidd for a shot to get added back in. Door cars need to see you if you're not already all there for round number 6.
For 30 years, Autoland Outlets has supported the sport of drag racing. We support the tracks, the events, and you, the racers. In fact, Autoland Outlets customers have been winning on the track and picking up big checks from the Autoland Outlets Big Money Bracket Racing Contingency Program. Be or refer an Autoland Outlets customer to qualify. Trucks, SUVs, and more. Nationwide shipping available. Go to AutolandOutlets.com/racing.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big buck bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
All right, we're here with Rob Moser. He's going to tell us a little bit about the Moser axles, the bread and butter of the company, and the mainstay that has gotten them started 40 years ago.
Yeah, thank you. As we kind of been talking, our company has grown and changed over time. We do center sections, brakes, rear end housings, and all kinds of things. But like you said, the bread and butter that started it all, that we're known for, is our custom race axles. We make them for nearly any rear end, nearly any kind of race car, street car, and anything else. But we make more axles than anybody else. And frankly, not to really toot my own horn, but we're pretty good at it. That is our baby, is our axles.
Yep, I'd say you guys are good at it. You're there at the track, have the proven products. You guys race them yourselves, of course. And you're there for any customer needs at the racetrack. And of course, calling the tech line at the shop. It's a whole family is involved.
Yeah, the whole family, all of our kids are involved. My wife and I did it. My mom and dad started it. My wife and I kind of took it over in the early 2000s, and the kids are all there. They're all continuing what's going on, improving everything that we keep doing. And we love to be at the racetrack. Me and two of the sons, Justin and Max, both race. We're there with trailer full of parts. And even axles, even though they're custom, we've got stuff there that if somebody breaks an axle of some sort or needs help at the racetrack with an axle, we've got stuff there to make sure they can get by for the rest of the weekend until we get back to the shop and make them exactly what they need.
There you go. So stop by Moser Engineering trailer or give them a call or visit their website.
All righty. Pretty cool interview with our friends at Moser Engineering. Love to see them participation and being involved with the Fling series. And boy, I tell you what, you see a lot of these PRI showcases, and I'm going to be honest with you. The Fling team here behind the scenes, talk about Austin, and actually folks got to hear not only from Austin, but also yesterday from Warren as well too. The video team really, really does a nice job. Les, Tristan, Joey, they do a tremendous, tremendous job. This is easily, by far, the best drag racing stream around. I have worked with many outfits, and I prefer to choose to only work with a very select few because of the quality, because of the professionalism, which is hilarious to say because I'm probably the least professional of the whole gang. They're a tremendous team on the video side, and they should be very proud of the product that they put together. This is easily the best one, and it's not close, in my opinion. And if people want to go on social media and say otherwise, I really don't care what they have to say. This is the best one. Starting line cam, different angles, great commercials, out in PRI, hanging with the partners. It matters. And there's a lot of cool stuff going on with the Fling, and there will continue to be new things unveiled this year that we continue to push the boundaries and do new things and have fun with. So that all, of course, is kind of held together by Lela and Marco and Peter and Emily, and they do a really, really nice job. And so they should be very proud of the product they got going on. As round 6 on this, it's kind of weird to say 30K Saturday. Doesn't it feel like a Sunday? Or is that just me? I don't know why. But then again, like, all the days kind of blur together when you have these really long events. And, of course, we had Tucson last week as well, too. So this is just a mishmash. I don't even know what month we're in. This is April or March? I don't even know.
Yes.
We're in February, baby.
Right. It could be Tuesday.
Yeah. And usually this is wintertime. So I'm usually in this place where it's, cold and everything like that, and then you come here and it's beautiful. So my brain's it doesn't even know what's even going on anymore. What I do know is coming up, hopefully, here sooner than later. Which, by the way, before we do that, Mark Barnhart, you had the best losing package of Hoosier Racing Tire round 5, 10 total. Oof. Sorry, Mark. But this is going to make you feel better. You want a set of slicks. We're the friends at Hoosier Racing Tire. So, Mark Barnhart, you are the best losing package of Hoosier Racing round 5. You win a set of slicks. Nicely done there. Super Pro door cars should be in the lanes for round number 6. I see, what's there? 2, 4, 6, 7 cars back there. Is that where we're at? How many cars do we got left?
I see 6.
Yeah, there's 6 there on that cam, and then you have, I think, this one back here.
There is one back.
I don't know if we're at 7 or 8 or I don't know. It is what it is.
Are you saying you don't know if you're at 6 or 8?
Why is that every single time we have a number discretion, it's always 6, 7?
That's why I said, are you saying it's 6 or 8?
Why is it always 6, 7?
It lands there.
It's so weird. That don't make any sense.
I would do that every time, though, if it would encourage kids or my own daughter to watch just to see if we could say 6, 7.
Yeah.
I mean, we're over it at my house, but if that's one thing that I could say, hey, you got to listen up because we're going to say 6, 7.
Yeah, it is definitely not intentional. I'm just stating the fact that I'm not sure if there's 6 cars back there or if this one back here is it. This one back here
it's rolling up
is
there.
The 7th. It's rolling now, so
right.
There you go.
I'm with you.
Okay.
Well, when you only have 9 numerals to choose from besides the 0, so that's what, a fourth of the numbers you can choose from. So it does kind of hit those numbers a lot, and I'm glad that thing is finally going away.
We got 1,000 watching in the OG chat. We got 800 watching in the VIP chat. Part 2.
Yo,
club,
VIP, check this out.
Yeah, the VIPs. As Joe Schmall and Jason England come to the starting line.
England hanging in for Team Kentucky here in the door cars. 572 the dial in. 627 for Joe Schmall.
Yeah, Braden, you're in the VIP, my friend. We have lanyards.
And you see England sporting the Hoosier radials on the back there. That is something you'll always see on Walker prepared cars, and they are one of the sponsors of our event coverage. And Jason England let go 001. Schmall let go 005. Schmall's was the wrong color. So Jason England going to be taking that machine, the Kentucky-based machine out of Benton, one more round. Next pair up, the Junkyard Junkie, Bug McCarty, going to be over on the left side. And if we've said his name once, we've said it, I don't know how many times, he just keeps making us say it. Cooper Chun, right side, 67 Camaro, trees are dropping, and somebody is trip, zip. This time it's Bug McCarty, and he does take it for the win. Chun was 008, breaks out by 12, took 18, but Bug, goose eggs, Easter eggs.
000 on this Saturday before Easter. Bug McCarty is really driving the pants off that 97 Sonoma. So Bug into the next round as Brandon Taylor and Hank Primov. This will be the final pair before we have the bye on the Roadster that sits in the water box. Primov, 507 the dial in right side out of Arvada. Brandon Taylor out of Alabama. Taylor will leave the starting line first and set the front end down just about when Primov leaves the starting line. 23 to a 28. Tail lights, brake lights, wind light Taylor. Double breakout, 23 and under by 12 thou as Primov let go at 28. He was 5 thou behind on the hit. He took 3 thou on the starting line. And this was a get behind situation. Brandon Taylor for the win on the double breakout. Final car is Gabe Torres. So Torres will move on. Torres dialed 649 in the 63 Roadster. Throttle stop on, throttle stop off. Away we go. He's 22 on the let go and 48 with a 4. Crisco. I don't know where we're at coins-wise. I lost count after 54, but we're closing in on 60.
Yeah, Bug did just earn
Yeah,
that.
I suppose we definitely have to put Bugs, which makes
Yes.
us at 55, and I don't know what we've had over the last
000 hero Bug McCarty.
Yes. Hey, Dragsters round 6. Dragsters round 6. Need to see you in the lanes, please. Dragsters round 6. Need to see you in the lanes. Hey, thanks for the text, Brandon. I appreciate you. He said 6-7. Really? Rocked it. Great job. Thank you. I'm not saying that intentionally or forcing it. It's just for whatever the reason. It's so funny because Race Car brings it up. We are in round number 6.
And we're going to
And
round
we're going to round number 7.
Yeah.
I don't know. We got the VIP chat, of course, which is part 2. We got the club open. How you going to hate from outside of the club when you can get in? All you got to do is just click part 2. Or you can just hang at the OGs. The OGs over there on our Jags and Hoosier live feed. It doesn't matter which one you're in. You're going to see the same live feed.
Everybody in the club getting tipsy. Not up here in the tower.
Well, I don't know about that, but
we're not in the club. We're the DJs in the club, maybe.
I guess.
So
yeah, the MCs of the event, I guess.
There you go. So if you're at home and watching the live feed, first of all, thank you for tuning in. Probably 67 coins. We're probably not
Crisco,
far
that's
from
funny.
that. So but if you're at home and you're enjoying the live feed, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Make sure you do that. Make sure you click the save, the subscribe.
Well,
that way, every time it comes up, every time the Flings race series comes up, you're going to get a notification, and that way you don't have to miss a single round or a single call of the jocularity that comes out of this tower.
Well, I'm very glad to report that we did get over 9,500 subscribers, which that was my kind of goal, homework challenge for our friends over there on the live chat and chat bleachers. So we did get the subscribers. So we are over that number. I think the next official number to reach is obviously 10,000. Don't know if we're going to get that by the end of the night. Probably not, but I'm not going to beat it over the head, over you guys. We hope that you support the YouTube page because this is something that obviously, helps the Fling brand. And the Fling brand growing means better races for you guys. And so why would you not when it's free? I would strongly encourage you to subscribe the page, wherever you may be, because it helps their brand and it helps obviously the SEO, and it's just overall I would assume that you want to watch drag racing, right? I don't feel like you just stumble across this live feed and say, oh, this looks interesting.
Right.
No, I think you probably came here because you like drag racing. So if you like drag racing, why would you not subscribe and stick around for more action? Of course, we're going to be in Galat here in, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Something like that.
6.
Yeah.
7 days, something like that.
All the days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to give a quick shout out.
Yeah.
My friends in Sykeston, Missouri, Bear Nichols, and the crew there at Skelton Raceway said, say hi to us Kentucky boys.
Sure. Hello, Kentucky boys.
Yeah, listening live. We can't get our live chat to work. Live chats are hard.
The live
over
chat
there.
broken? Okay. Right.
Well, it's working
least
for
for
other
them.
people.
Yeah, it's working for everybody else.
Listen, if you knew those guys, you'd understand that it could be a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, Braden, we actually did that before this fling. They did do an entry to kind of get some social media run moving, and so actually that is something. So, Pierce, thanks for tuning in from Ohio. Troy checking in from Bunker Hill, Indiana. Hey, thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you. Jennifer? I'm not sure what that means. I guess that the people who are out of competition can just continue to watch? I mean, you could be in competition, you could be out of competition, or you could be in no competition at all. We just hope you enjoy the broadcast. And hopefully you learned something. Of course, we've had some great voices on the microphone all week long. We started the weekend with Emmanuel, of course, out of Mexico. Gabe Killian jumped up here and joined us for a couple laps. We had Warren Evans on. Of course, you just heard the voice of Brent Carver. Nate Hershey, the legend of Las Vegas. And my name is Ronnie Cord. Hopefully you've enjoyed the broadcast. And certainly, hopefully, you tune in the future. Dave, he's in the VIP. He's a little east of Columbus. Hey, welcome, Dave. Pierce been watching every day. A Chet Bleacher diehard. Fortenberry checking in from Calhoun, Louisiana. That's pretty cool. Love to see it. Love to see it. Bobby. Oh, good call. Good call. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the Brent's friends, but we give them a shout out, and we appreciate them. Hey, Troy, how you doing, my friend? I know you're Chet Bleacher diehard. Thank you for joining us, and will I see you in Galat? Hopefully, I will. I do believe you are looking live at the Pro Final Round. Or at least the competitors who will be competing in this final round. So April 21st through the 25th is when we will meet again for the Strange Engineering Spring Fling presented by Robco Residential. We've got the house to ourselves over there at Galat. That should be a whole lot of fun. Richard checking in. Says he's been watching the Spring Fling Million all week long, and he has enjoyed it. Hey, thanks. You've been in the chat bleachers. Sesco, thanks for checking in, as you get to see Joe Kidd and Andy Schmall. Those are the two in the final. Andy Schmall working on another final in pro. Oh, boy. Samantha, your dad's in the finals. Look at that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I hear the rumble of dragsters. Mr. Jack, yeah. Bug McCarty is on rails right now. Dude is locked in. Jeremy, how are you, my friend? Hopefully you and Nicole and all the kids are good. I'll see you in May. I think that event is in May, right? I don't know. All right. Those look like lawn cars to me. Hey, Nate Hershey.
What's up?
What are you doing?
Ronnie Court.
Hey. We got lawn cars in the burnout box.
Yes, we do.
I love it. Love it.
Getting into round number 6. We got a lot of folks checking in from all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Have we kind of balanced out the rooms?
Yeah, we're at about 1,000 on each side.
We are.
We got some folks who've migrated over to the VIP room. They're looking for their lanyards. And
That we're calling the nightclub today.
Yeah, the nightclub. And we still have the OGs hanging on over there.
In the day club.
The OG Day Club.
You got to agree. Gary Gilbert, it was good having you guys out here. Gage did fantastic this week. It was Donovan Williams, Josh Harper. They're backing up from the burnout. Haven't quite been doing that. Chad, haven't quite been doing that. Not yet. Not yet.
Donovan Williams, left side, 443. Josh Harper, 503, right side. Hey, come back here. Come back here. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for being here.
They are getting them staged up on the starting line. Donovan versus Josh. 8 thou up front. Josh trying to hold on, and Donovan. 2 dead 1. That's how we're going to start round 6 with the long cars is 3 total. Josh Harper was 10 on the tree, and his day comes to an abrupt halt.
Donovan Williams, everything's on fire. His hair, his lights, he's dead zero, all over the place. Everything coming up Donovan Williams.
Just something to behold, that's for sure.
Brandon Taylor, left side, the Alabama runner, 448th at Island, and Sean Hart. Hart's also been driving the pants off the dragster. Boise, Idaho runner, 05 undercover. 465 right side. These are heavy hitters and just a whole lot of nasty talent. Nasty talent. They're not good talent. They're not great talent. They're nasty talent. I mean, this is just...
It's brutal.
This is as good as it gets.
It is brutality at its best.
Brandon Taylor, 009. Under by 4th thou for the win as Sean Hart lets go 19 to be under by 10. And Brandon Taylor will punch a ticket to the next round as you just read the names as they go side by side. Johnny Ezel and Nathan Martin.
This is crazy. Nathan, who was put up just a unbelievable app earlier, and Johnny Ezel. Again, you get to this point, they are all locked in, and between the Louisiana and Texas-based cars, tree begins to drop. Separated by 5 thou at this end, and it's going to be a win by Martin. 008 dead 0.
Sure.
Locks out Johnny's 13. Why not?
Sure.
Why not? Johnny did what he could, took 8 thou at the stripe, breaks it out by 3 thou. Hey, Pro Final. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Final. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes. We saw the headshots of our finalists up on the screen just a moment ago. And we're not done with the long cars. We're not done with the carnage and the sacrifices as we are bringing up our next 2.
Matt Datis and Mike Culrren. The last time we saw Matt Datis, he was one total. 458 right side. Mike Culrren, 440 the dial left side. He has to somehow tame Matt Datis, who has been one of the hottest drivers this weekend, picking up a main event win and looking for more. Matt Datis is 9 and 9 behind. Win light, Mikey Culrren. 000 under by 5 thou. Datis, 009 on the let go, will lose the double breakout by 2 thousandths of a second. Datis follows Culrren through. He was 7 behind at the stripe, but Culrren, of course, coming in hot, passing Datis. It's always one of the more difficult scenarios to say, well, if he's going to pass, is it by enough? Do I want to keep it going and then bail? In the end, it's Mike Culrren, 000, and another Kyle Seipel, 000 hero coin, and $50 cash going to Mike Culrren. That's cool.
It's wild. Wild, wild, wild. All right, pro finals. We have called you into the staging lanes. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Final. Let's go ahead and get you headed up this direction. We are going to decide if it's going to be Andy Schmall again, who's going to join in with the rest of the crew, or if it's going to be Joe Kidd, who is going to take the pickup truck into the game. We are getting down into the little numbers of cars that are left out there on a FTIperformance.com $30,000 Saturday. Hey, racers, while you are kind of getting your things situated, just a little reminder that tomorrow morning, Easter Sunday, it is Easter Sunday tomorrow, and what we would like to do is remind you that Team Racers for Christ, who has been out here, they've been pressed into a lot of need, a lot of helping racers this week, as we've had several incidences that pulled them in, but they've handled it like champs, and they are going to put on an Easter Sunday sunrise service tomorrow morning, 6:45 a.m. in the north end of the grandstands. So if you would like to get up in the morning, if you haven't decided that tonight is the night you're going to roll out, if you want to get up and roll out in the morning, might as well get up, get a little Easter service in there, and then right after that, head back to the rig, fire it up, and head out on the road. And again, if you're looking at wanting to add a little extra safety, a little extra personal assurance,
yes,
for a safe trip home, might as well get up there, because tomorrow morning is going to be a very special service, as it is Easter Sunday. I see 2 finalists sitting back in the lanes.
Very cool. And if I may,
of
course, our Racers for Christ team, if you want to know the Lord, talk to Craig, talk to Sean, or come up to the tower and talk to me. It's a beautiful thing, and I hope you have a terrific Easter Sunday. Safe travels if there are drivers that are obviously getting out today. We have obviously been sharing the news on the map. If you want to park rigs, or if you are headed out tomorrow after the Easter service. Oh, we are ready for door cars. Door cars. What is this, round number 7?
Yes, sir.
Come on down. Super Pro Door Cars, Super Pro Door Cars. I think we see our 2 pro finalists. So Joe Kidd and Andy Schmall, good luck. Okay. You know, of course, you had a great call of this, Nate Hershey, as Tyler Bohannan took 0002, and you got a chance to...
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
Austin
it was Austin.
did. I went out and talked to Gary the day after, and it's always good. You can catch him in the moment when they're sitting down in front of the banner, and when you catch him in the moment in front of the banner, it's one thing. When you catch them after they've had the opportunity to get a little sleep and to really think about what happened the day before, you get a little bit of different insight, and Austin was able to get out into the pits and catch up with Bohannan, and he got a little different insight. We're going to share that with you now.
We are here, Moser Engineering, Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems. I'm here with the 2026 Million Champion. How do you feel, big dog?
You know, well, it is the morning after. We definitely had a good time last night, but I mean, you can't kill the high that you're on after doing something like that for sure.
Man, that was just an incredible performance. And before we get into like the nitty gritty of the numbers and the emotions and all that, I want to start from the top. So you've been traveling with Lawler and Holloman and the boys. How's that been, and how much has the team played into your success last night?
I'm not gonna lie, I grew up with two sisters, and I kind of always have raced better with somebody in my corner, kind of like having a brother. It's the team aspect, the team atmosphere is something that I really thrive in, and I love it. And Will Holloman, he's been in my corner for forever. He gave me the call a few weeks ago and said, hey, what do you think about going out west with us? And you can't turn down those opportunities when they come around. The plan is for me to drive the door car all week. And then Jaden did good with it on Wednesday, and he said, I think I want to race the Cobalt in the Million. So I jumped in his dragster, which is where I feel more confident anyways. And I'm not going to lie to you, between being on fire on Thursday and the wheels literally falling off last night, third round, but Will jumped in there every time, and you know, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. I mean, there's no doubt. In the Brown family, you know, it's just a pretty awesome deal. Like I said, I love the team aspect. It's something that I thrive in, and just it's you feed off of it. You know, everybody feeds off each other. You know, when it's going bad, everybody picks you up, and when it's going good, it's hard to come off of it.
So you think this might be the new setup going forward? No more solo YOLO?
I'll probably I still like to, you know, I like the NHRA race. I like to, you know, do other things, class racing, promoting my own stuff. And so I don't have the time to be with them all the time, but, you know, I do. Will gets me the opportunity any chance that he can, and I'll take it every chance that I can get.
And let's talk about, you kind of alluded to it, the mental fortitude. So you had a different car in Tucson, and then once you show up here, the new car for you sets itself on fire. So how do you kind of work through, you know, adversity, right? And then continue to lay down these extremely tight packages in one of the most elite kind of late round chunks that we've seen in a while?
You know, in the span, I'm 28, and I've been racing.
So old.
I know. I've been racing since I started in juniors at 7, but you know, since I've started driving big cars, I've driven over 100 different cars, and it's at times you feel stupid for always being in something different, but it helps in situations like that. You know, so it's one of them things where you don't get too worked up, you know, switching cars, especially when you got the teammates. You know, you kind of when you double the cars with those teammates, you know, it's easy to figure out, you know, what your delay is supposed to be and how much difference you are in ET, to where it is a disadvantage if you have something go wrong, but it's not a total, you know, nightmare. You can still recover from it and still be able to win. And you know, Will told me every time he fixed something, he looked at me and say, I got it, don't worry, it's all good. And he said, nothing's going to change. Go back up there and swing at him again, and that's what we did.
Nice, I like that. I like that. Spoken like a true veteran, seasoned veteran. I love that. So let's go to the numbers, dude. Round 6, 002 on the tree, take 16. Round 7, 002, take 10. We get to the finals. You're throwing down the tightest margin of victory in Fling's Million history. How and why?
The final, I'll be honest with you, I thought I had a better race car than anybody on the property, and I was going to hold it on the floor, and I did, and it slowed down on me. I mean, that was pure luck to get there 210 thou. I wasn't driving any bit of that at all. You know, leading into those, I think I came up 003, 5th round. I asked Will, like, what should I do with the delay box, because I'd been, you know, kind of away from it, and he said leave it alone for this one. And I got up there and I thought, I want to put 1 thou in just to feel safe, and I came up 002. And he's like, let's put 2 more thou in, and I put 2 more thou in, and I was 002. And you know, that's usually when it's going good for me, I'm having to tickle a couple thou in the delay box each round, because I'm getting hyped up, I'm getting more aggressive, and you know, kind of having to do that every round. And eventually it falls back the other way. I think the last 2 rounds we were 14 and 11, but the way I look at it, you know, there's 2 ways to look at this stuff. You can set up really aggressive, and you're going to come up red sometimes. But as tight as this racing is these days, you kind of have to. You know, you can take that approach, or you can say, hey, I'm going to be 15 or better, and if they can get in on it, they can get in on it. And that's kind of the approach we took yesterday, and it worked out.
I love it. And you've now placed yourself with that performance on a list of less than 10 drivers. I mean, what is it, like 5 or 6 racers that have won more than 1 million.
I think it's 7. I think 7 is what they texted me last night. Yep.
So knowing that stat, what goes through your heart now that you know you're on? I mean, that's a pretty elite list, man.
You know, this has never been about the money. I said that last night, and it is, you know, the little kid in me. I wanted to be on all those lists, whether it was the U.S. Nationals. I mean, Peter's won it 6 times. That's you know, a list that I want to be on. My dad's a U.S. Nationals winner. When it comes to bracket racing, you want to be $1 million winner. You want to, you know, you want to win the OG 50. You want to put your name on all those lists. And you know, when they sent me that, hey, there's 7 guys on this list, and it's Luke, and it's Gary, and it's Jeff Verdi, and Kevin Brannon, and I mean, that is as elite as it gets, and it's still like a little unbelievable to think that I'm on it and to think that I'm good enough to be on that list. But it is definitely a big box to check.
Man, you earned it. You wouldn't be there if you didn't earn it. And I know that some days of the week we're competitors, but when you're out here with your family and it's all love, congratulations, and thanks for being the best part of the Flings, dude.
Hey, thank you guys, as always. I mean, it's the experience. Peter says it, and the Fling definitely does it. I'm happy to be here. We at the TB Promotions, we strive to do it just like the Fling does, and it's an experience I'll never forget. That's for sure.
Well, we love having you, and we love watching TV Promotions grow. Like I said, it's all family. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Fuel Factory Spring Fling Million Champion, Tebow.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Cut.
Very cool to see Tyler Bohannan recap his run at the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems. And speaking of runs, here we are in the final round in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category.
Man, with Joe Kidd and Andy Schmall, Kidd racing out of Arizona between this track, Phoenix, Tucson, where he races out at home, and Andy Schmall coming down out of Idaho between Firebird, this place, Phoenix, all of the other tracks that he runs at on the regular. These two guys have certainly matched up a time or two. Joe dialed in at 634, Andy dialed in at 591. Can Andy pick up a second last pro car standing, or is Joe Schmall going to add his name to the list? I don't know where Joe ended up going. That thing left hard, went right. He was 27 green, and it moved on him. It moved a lot. He ends up getting to the stripe first by 9 thousandths of a second and ends up under 14 thou. Andy Schmall was 19 green and dead 3, and yet again, Andy Schmall punches his ticket into the rest of the field. He will collect the Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro bonus for the day. He'll collect the Pro Trophy. And the rest of the boys are going, great. Here comes the banana again.
Yeah, probably with that win, it was funny because we were doing some historical statistic readings, and Andy Schmall is quickly becoming, I think with this win, has the title of maybe arguably one of the best pro drivers and one of the most successful pro drivers when it comes to Fling main events. He's got the most now pro wins that enter into the main event, Super Pro Field, which of course is something that he's already done and won at this Spring Fling Million 2 years ago. So Andy Schmall, real talent, pretty unbelievable. He wins pro again, second time this weekend, and we'll see how far he takes it, as Schmall and the Beretta is a pretty nasty combo. Pretty nasty combo.
Very. All right, so we've got our, Super Pro door car headed back into the staging lanes. Door cars around number 7. We should have you making your way back there. And, again, we're back to that point, Ronnie, where you talked about that excitement of racing at the strip. A lot of these cars have pulled around the tower under lights before. but I'm sure that it's still one of those things that to see a venue like this all lit up, you get amped up. We heard Tyler talking about it, right? You get into those later rounds, you start really getting amped up, not just because you're here, but wherever you're racing, you get into those later rounds. But when you come to a place like this, I know some of the other places, they're not lit up quite as well, and this place just kind of shines.
Well, and there's something about a national event facility, right? You know, it's the grandstands, it's the lighting, it's the status of the racetrack, it's the prestige, it's the fact that you're jumping onto a racetrack that you know has awarded Wallies every year and has obviously, particularly at this facility, you know, $1 million events, and there's something about I think this particular turn towards the arch, it kind of replicates, if I may, one of our former homes in Bandimere Speedway, where you were in the mountains and you'd come down underneath the tower and it'd kind of reveal into this area that opens up and just has a special deal.
It does have a special feel. Brandon Taylor and Jason England in the Mustang out of Benton, Kentucky. Rolling up on the right side, 571 is the dial as we're into Super Pro door cars for a 30K race in round number 7. Brandon Taylor rolling up in the Achieva, dialed in at 609. And we are going to cut the field in half one more time. We are down to, the one pro car. Brandon Taylor gets the win light. Jason England leaves 28 thousandths of a second too soon. Bails out of the throttle, goes 692 on a 571, but 28 thou red, and Brandon Taylor 006 dead one. Wasn't going to make it easy. 7th thou, the total package for Brandon Taylor here in round number 7. Bug McCarty and Gabe Torres. They were asking earlier if Gabe Torres had been running on the stop and he's in Dad's car. Yes, he has. We've been watching it the last several rounds. He's dialed in at 649. Bug McCarty dialed in at 592. The Hazelhurst, Georgia versus La Puente, California. And Gabe Torres rolled in here. And he's a guy that when it gets down to kind of times like this, he lives up to the pressure. Definitely can stand the heat. Bug and Gabe off and away with identical reaction times, and McCarty is getting it done. Bug was 12 on the tree. Gabe was 12 on the tree. Gabe take 10 thou down at the stripe to be under by 11 thou. 647 on the 649. McCarty 12. Get there second to be under 1 thou. Bug McCarty is moving on into round number 8. So we've picked 3 that are going to join us there. And we're at that point of the night where it's going to get a little quiet at times, which is kind of what made the whole second shot shootout thing that the folks at the Lees put together with that Mr. Cool DIY Direct. At that point in time, it's like, all right, we're going to get ready to do a couple of these things. So as we do get into that point, looks to me like we kind of hit the end of the recording over on the first feed. It's not... 'Cause, 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 All right, dragsters, round number 7, dragsters, round number 7. Let's go ahead and get you headed back to the lanes, please, dragsters. From what we are going to be looking at, we will be coming back with 5 cars left. We'll have the pro entry. We'll have a couple of door cars. We'll have 3 dragsters. It's going to be kind of interesting back there when they get back to start talking about how they're going to chop things up, but that is where we're at. I understand we've got 3 pairs of dragsters to run, or at least we'll come back with 3 after this round. So we should be coming back, I guess 2, if we're going to come back with 5 cars. Pro car, 2 door cars, 2 dragsters. It's about where we're at. Snowmobile. Saying VIP room for the win. VIP room. That's the nightclub tonight. We're going to be nightclubbing it up. Come on. As people start to roll their way out of the old feed into the live feed. Again, we've called our dragsters. Getting them back in here for round number 7. Wrapping things up for the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems. Adopted by the Dans, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Love to get out there to US 131 in a while. I agree with you, Parker. Kind of going back to what Ronnie was talking about. I did get the opportunity. Never really got out there for a big car race, Bandamere. Never got out there for that. But when they used to host the Western Conference Finals for the juniors, we would get out there with some of our teams, and it was just such a neat facility, such a neat place, and exactly what Ronnie was talking about. When you're kind of up in the staging lanes, not necessarily up at the top, but you get about halfway down, you can't really see the track because of that
the tower,
angle.
of the angle,
The
and
tower
the
was there.
Yeah.
It was kind of blocking.
Yeah.
But when you came through that opening in the tower and you saw the mountains off to the one side, you saw the racetrack that kind of ran it, the fact that they cut that right out of the side of the mountain. The other thing that I always thought was really neat about Bandamere is because it was carved into the side of the mountain, you look one way, you're looking straight at the Rockies. You're literally at the end of the Rockies.
It is literally on the edge of the mountain.
And so you'd look that way. You look the other direction. You look east, and you saw Denver sprawled out in front of you, and you can pretty much see – I've never seen a view like that growing up here. To see just as far as you can possibly see of the prairie land. And one of the things that I did see there, we were sitting there one year after a junior race, getting things kind of wrapped up, putting things away, and I looked at some folks and said, yeah, you know, living in the flat part of the country, tornadoes would, like, terrify me. Never seen one in my life. And they pointed out and goes, there's one right there. It was way out there. But you could actually see it kind of going across the prairie. It was just such a neat, fantastic facility, and I actually got a chance to announce there for a little bit.
Oh, very cool.
So
Good.
I had spent a little bit of time behind the mic at Bandamere.
Good.
And,
yeah, the Western Conference Final particularly, that was always such a great event growing up, and I was never any good at that event. My sister was much better at that event than I. I was a second, third round duck. And, so I quacked my way through that. But, you know, that was when we had, oh, my gosh, 550, 600 junior dragster drivers reporting for that event. And I'd love to see those numbers again someday, because the junior dragster program, I always tell people, anybody who may be in the chat or maybe is on property, if you're kind of going back and forth, like, you know, I got a kid who's 3, 4, you know, potentially in that age group, because they start as early as 5 now. And you're thinking, you know, do we do the juniors? Do we wait? Do we not do it? I would tell you, man, if you can do the junior dragster program, I can't speak from the father standpoint, because I obviously have no kids, but as somebody who is a kid who did not want to participate in the junior dragster program. In fact, I did not want to participate so much to the point where basically I told my parents no at 8. And then I kind of was almost the guinea pig forced into it at 12.
Okay.
When I finally did it, I loved it. And it's obviously changed my life for the better. And I think dads would tell you the junior dragster program is some of the greatest times of your life. And it's funny because dads who do race, they always kind of ask this question like, well, is it going to cut into my racing? And they don't ask it in the way of a selfish thing. They just say, well, we're trying to figure out time and everything.
They're
like
trying
that.
to figure out how to balance
things.
How to balance
By
it.
the time you start this junior drag racing program, you have no interest in racing because you're having so much fun watching the kids race.
Yeah.
And so I always tell people, and I understand there are financial hurdles and time hurdles and time off and travel and storage and all that stuff. But I always tell people, if you have the opportunity to try it, do it, because it'll be the greatest thing you ever do.
I agree with you. One of the things that I noticed when I started this was I was paying attention to the junior families that were here. This is Las Vegas. Just think to yourself, how many opportunities are there? And I know there's opportunities all over the country. It's a different scenario. It's wherever it is that you live. There are opportunities in every way, shape, and form for kids who are, what's the word that I'm looking at, disengaged, that don't necessarily have something to do on a weekend. They're out looking for something to do. And when they're out looking for something to do, there's so many things that they could do that you really wouldn't necessarily want them doing.
Well, and
What I'm saying here is, right, Vegas, when I was a kid, we would go down and get into trouble on the strip. So where I'm going with this is I would look around the pits here on a Friday night. When I was a kid, we're out looking for something to do on a Friday night.
Sure.
The juniors, they all wanted
Yes.
to stay here and hang out with their friends. They all wanted to stay here and hang out with their Friday night, Saturday night. And they turned into such fantastic adults as a result of that.
It teaches you a lot about sportsmanship, a lot of great life qualities, respect. I'll never forget working on my. I worked on my own junior for the most part, and so it learned about motors and how they work and making sure that the torque on the nut holding the dampener is tight, because else it'll spin out and ruin the keyway, and that's a $200 dampener, and that's not a personal story by any means, in any way, shape, or form.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically
speaking, if you didn't do this right.
Those are all things that I remember and did, and I probably didn't run with a... I had some childhood friends who were not the greatest, per se, when it comes to maybe growing up as a upstanding citizen, and I disassociated with them because of the junior program. And I have to be honest. Today, I obviously disassociated with them. Those are people that they're in prison.
I was going to say, look at what you missed out on.
Yeah,
you missed out. You're talking about having the opportunity to learn about motors and learn about this. You could have learned so much about the criminal justice system if you would have just stayed the course, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Stay the course.
Yeah.
Legal. I mean, you would have found out about courts and how they work. You would have found out about how the jails work.
Oh, yeah.
You would have found. I mean,
we would have been first name basis.
You missed it.
But no, it really was the some of the greatest times at the racetrack, and I always we fought really, really hard to keep the Western Conference Finals, or I should say, bring them back to Bannerman Speedway when we were open, and obviously at the end when we essentially went on pause at the end of the 2023 season. Very much applaud Texas Motorplex for pulling in the Western Conference Finals and kind of running with it, and it was cool to have them kind of pick our brain to see what works and what doesn't, and they do a water fight for the kids and different shootouts and practice trees, just stuff that's fun.
I loved
fun.
it. I loved the time that we went up there. I went up there, I think, 3 or 4 times. And I think the experience that Bandamere provided for the Western Conference Finals was just second to none.
Yes.
Second to none.
Yes.
Hey, racers, the Diva Desk has asked for assistance again. You know what they're asking for assistance? They're not looking for parts this time. They're not looking for anything. They are looking for you to come up and close out your tabs. If you would help them out, come on up here, close out your tab. That would be really appreciated. So I know many of you already have. If you haven't yet, let's get you up here. Let's get that taken care of, please.
Scott chimes in, says the junior program is what got us into racing. Parker, the junior conference finals, really cool to watch. Cody, no juniors when Cody was a kid. Of course, juniors started in that, if I'm correct, the mid-92 season is when they debuted at the U.S. Nationals, I believe. And then in 93 was the first full-time season. But that was a while back.
Is that Parker Stewart?
Says Parker Vance. Is that Parker
I don't know.
Stewart?
Is that Parker Stewart?
I don't know.
I think that, Parker Stew?
Sure.
Maybe. I think it is.
That's right. Yeah, Parker
I'm talking
Stew.
Parker
Yeah.
Stewart.
Oh, there's two Parkers in our chat.
Yeah, we got
Okay.
Parker Vance, Parker Stewart.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Parker, a big part of the junior program here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's cool.
I think 6.
How many dragsters we got left? 6?
5 or 6. 5 or 6.
5 or 6? Oh, boy.
No, actually, no. Let's make it 4.
4?
We're going to be coming back at 5. 5 total cars between the Pro, the 2-door cars, and the 2 dragsters. And yes, to answer the question a little bit earlier about if you come out of the Pro side and you get lumped in with everybody else, can you put the delay box in your car? The answer is yes. It flat out says right here in the racer rule book that the Pro winner, once the Pro category run their own class until a winner remains, at that point the winner will mix in and the delay box can be added so they don't necessarily have to be going off the bottom against everybody else if they choose to make the switch.
Brandon Taylor, Nathan Martin, Nate Dogg, Kennedale, Texas runner out of Cameron Race Cars, 445 right side. And Brandon Taylor, 448 left side out of Alabama. They leave locked at the hip. Advantage, Nate Dogg. Win like top end. Nathan Martin, 009. Take 008 to be under by 4. Foul. Taylor let go 33. I think he would admit that not the best. Light off the line. He's 20 thou under, and Nathan Martin punches a ticket to the, what do we say, Final 5?
Final 5.
Sweet.
The Fantastic 5. Mike Culrren and Donovan Williams. Culrren put up a spectacular lap. Williams put up a spectacular lap last time. This is going to be a heavy-hitting match. Culrren at 439. Donovan dialed in at 444. Victo, glad to hear that you and Davey are trucking along just fine on your trip home. Thank you for coming out here, and for any of the other racers that may have already started their trip home and are still listening along, again, thanks for being here. Tree drops. Interesting. Womp, womp, womp. Both of our dragsters that are left were dialed 444. Both of our dragsters that are now left went 009. Donovan Williams, 009, dead 3. Gets the win light right side. Mike Culrren was 14 green, take 5 thou at the stripe, and had nowhere to go.
Donovan's on a rail right now. Major heater, 009, dead 3 is, that's basically been him every round, and I would even argue that's one of his lesser packages. Donovan's going to be really tough to beat.
You can hear it clear as day, too. Womp, womp, womp.
Beating the crap out of the pedal, too. Yeah. Should be a fun Final 5.
It is going to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be really fun. So we are down to our 5. We are going to get the ladder put together, and that I don't know. I almost want to go down there and eavesdrop on the discussion because...
You want to?
Odd.
Odd. What do you mean?
5, you got to buy.
Oh, gotcha.
3, there's somebody on the buy.
Oh.
You know, they got to be sitting down there doing the Pac-Man thing with the money that's on the table going nom, 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 nom. Yes.
Yeah. You do that pretty good. You just need the, yeah. Yeah, that'll be interesting. You want to go eavesdrop?
Big Stevie, yes, he did. I'm sorry. Little Stevie, not so big anymore. Stevie, I believe I saw his name, Bill Botello.
Botello, yeah.
Yeah. He got something, right?
Uncle Bill.
Uncle Bill, he won something. I think he was on the prize list.
I think so. Yeah.
We'll go double check that,
Yeah.
but I'm pretty sure we called his name out. I'll go double check it. Not quite so sure. I'll find out, Stevie. I'll find out. So we've brought it down to 5 on the final day of the fling. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah, he won the water.
He did. It might be why it's not showing up on this list here that I was double checking. It might have been one of the... No, there it is. Random. Moser water pump. Yep, Stevie. I found it. Thank you, David. All right, so with that, hey, we are waiting on our final 5. The ladders are getting put together. We got lots of folks watching along between the 2 chat bleachers. For those of you that are watching rather than just like sitting here waiting to us, or for those of you that are waiting rather than listening to us, let's go ahead and have you watch this.
Capacity of Philadelphia yard trucks, the right choice and solution for your business when it comes to new, pre-owned, or service for your yard truck. We offer industry knowledgeable sales professionals, well-trained technicians, a fully stocked parts department, and a mobile repair fleet. Capacity of Philadelphia has the ability to service all makes and models of yard trucks: Kalmar, Ottawa, Tico, Capacity, and more. We have new or used yard trucks in stock to own, rent, or lease. We're the area's only dealer with a global leader Capacity brand in stock and ready to deliver nationwide. We keep the world and your customers moving. Visit us at capacityoffphiladelphia.com.
Here we are at the 2025 PRI show. We are at the ATI booth with the man JC Beatty himself. It's the 65th year anniversary of ATI, and I'm going to let you do the talking on this one because I don't know too much about junior dragsters, but I do know that good products come from when there's a need in the market, and he's the only one that's filling this need right now. Check it out.
So I'm kind of knee deep in the juniors. My son, I'll be 13 this year, so we're going from the 890 cars to the 790 stuff. We started when he was 5, so I did the 20 seconds, and then kind of worked our way up.
That's where the gray hair comes from.
That's my daughter does some of that too. Don't worry. But these little motors, they make good power. You know, the 790s are 55 horsepower and 35 foot-pounds of torque. They turn over 8,500 RPM, and there's no damper at all. You know, the block that I'm touching has a hole in it. We break rods, cranks break, valve springs, just like big engines. But what was missing is there's no damper on this combination. I've never put a damper on something that didn't have one and made it worse, and it has only gotten better, whether it's valve spring and camshaft and valve train life, or of course crankshaft life and rods, or just bolts that come loose. You know, even a little bit of consistency because the carburetor's not vibrating so much. It's nuts what is there. And we started with our regular super damper and turned it into adjustable timing, actual PVL, and 3 HP and 5 HP coil size damper for these guys.
That's very unique and really forward thinking in junior dragster racing. So what are these other guys doing in juniors that don't run a damper like this? And I'm guessing the advantage to this is more reliability, easier on parts because everything's not moving around as much. What else?
Some consistency as well because everything's not moving around, so it's always doing the same thing. It's a little closer to being as happy as it can be every pass. Just like on a big motor, the damper doesn't make more horsepower. It will yield more power sometimes because the engine's allowed to run exactly how it was built. So in this case, where you set the timing, the crank's not twisting back and forth. It's easier on the camshaft, it's easier on the valve spring. So a little bit of consistency comes with that as well. And I've been ran it, all of 24 we ran it, or I'm sorry, half of 24 and all of 25 we ran the damper before I put it out there to make sure I had something that was a good product.
Your son does very well and wins a lot, so we know it works. Hey, kids, boys and girls, great Christmas present. You want to turn on more wind lights, and dads and moms, keep the reliability of the engine going.
It's a win-win right there.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Some people have an unextinguishable fire to compete, a fire that burns and ignites. The same fire inspires us. It pushes us to run an engine to the edge for just a few more horsepower. Fuel Factory is performance driven, built by racers for racers. We're focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast, we want to win, and we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory, built for speed.
All right, here we are at the 2025 PRI show. We're at the Moser Enterprises booth, and Moser is always on the cutting edge. The family-run business has a lot of new stuff, as usual. Don, tell us about, now I've been running this transmission pan for a while. There's some new additions to it that make it a lot more racer-friendly, even more racer-friendly. And what I love about the transmission pan, you see people driving around the pitch, trying to warm up the tranny, trying to warm up the motor. When I have this in my car, I watch the two gauges and they just work together, whether you're trying to cool it or whether you're trying to heat it up. And that's what I love the most about it.
Yeah, I think anybody that's serious about bracket racing knows that about temperature control. It's really, really important. So these pans are just, I think, indispensable for anybody that's trying to incorporate consistency into their program. You know, you got to control that temperature on the fluids, especially in the transmission. It's reaction time. It's the way the converter works. It's all important. Now, since you've been running this transmission pan for a while, you know that when you take the transmission out of the car, you got to disconnect those coolant lines. Okay, so now we've created something to where all the coolant doesn't have to be dumped out of the car. We've got these quarter-turn ball valves where you can shut it off and then disconnect the number 6 from the transmission pan. All the coolant stays in the car. The transmission can come out, do whatever you need to do, put it right back in, hook up the 2 number 6s, you're ready to go.
I love it. Yeah, absolutely. Transmission temperature is a huge part of bracket racing, especially in 2025 when people are depending on thousandths, and you want your parts to last too, and I'm sure that helps in that aspect.
Absolutely. Anytime you can keep that transmission temperature under control, under hot lap situations, you know it can run away pretty quickly. You know, you're making a lot of heat in the converter. You got to be able to take it back out. So longevity is also a great benefit from these pans.
And Don, in its basic, give a basic explanation for the average racer out there. What's going on here?
Sure. Okay. So drag racers spend a lot of time in the pits. The engine's not running a heck of a lot of time, and that means the pump inside the transmission is not running very often either. And to take heat out of the transmission, that pump has to be moving fluid through a cooler somehow. If that's not happening, we've created another strategy for that. We run coolant through the base of the pan, so it's exchanging heat. If the engine's hot, you can cool it down because you've got that electric water pump. Now you can use that same system to take heat out of the transmission. By overcooling the engine, you can actually cool the transmission at the same time and get it down to a temperature that's consistent from your last pass. So it's a weapon to take heat out of the transmission when the engine's not running.
I love it. And for you racers that are watching, you're a little bit behind because I've been using this. When did I first get it from you? About 10 years ago?
It might be 15 now.
Might be 15, yeah. Proven product for sure. Thank you, Don.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Since 2010, LRA Auto Museum and Dealership in Bristol, Pennsylvania has been a destination for auto enthusiasts and buyers alike, sporting one of the finest collections of 1960s and 70s muscle cars in the country, along with an amazing array of modern muscle cars like Mustang Shelby R-Codes, Chargers, Challengers, Camaros, and more, allows us to meet the needs of buyers looking for classic muscle or modern investment vehicles. LRA is open 6 days a week and has a knowledgeable professional sales team to help you find your dream car or investment vehicle. Visit us in person or see us online at lraautomuseumandsales.com.
We're here with Mickey Thompson. Jason, he's going to tell us a little bit about the new Pro Bracket Radial. We've got some new technology coming out of the Mickey Thompson camp this year, and it's exciting stuff.
Yeah, we're really excited what we're doing with the Sportsman Racers this year. So we've got a new Pro Bracket Radial out. It's a new 30x9 Pro Bracket. And when we looked at the market, there's a lot of cars out there that race with the Fling and race with other venues that need something that's a little bit taller. And some of these are former stock eliminator cars. So we came out with a 30x9 Pro Bracket because a lot of the 30x9 radials that are out there are really made to be lightweight, you know, the fastest thing possible on the racetrack. But you don't get a lot of runs out of them. So what we wanted to do is keep it fast, keep it a radial, but also add the added benefit of making it a little more consistent for that bracket racer that's not racing on, let's say, a national event prep racetrack, one of your racetracks. He's racing everywhere. So it's going to give you more life. It's going to be quicker than a bias tire, and it's going to give you more consistency. So it's a new 30x9 Pro Bracket. If you're running stock eliminator and you're looking for something that's going to last longer and be a better value to you, we've now got a tire for you as well. So we're very excited about this product and fitting in the categories. It needed some help. It needed some new tires put in that category. So yeah, if that's a tire that you need to run, we've got something that's going to last longer for you. And you know, the other tires that are out there on the market, the cost is really high for these. We're going to make sure that we price this right also for you. So you're going to get more life, a great cost on it, better value, consistency. I'm not really sure what else we can throw at it, right?
What more could you want? Those are all really important things, especially in the bracket racing community. So that's awesome. Mickey Thompson's ever evolving and giving us new products.
Yep. Thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickeys means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickey's. Because if you're not running Mickey's, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.
All right, so great look at what Mickey Thompson has to offer there. That is absolutely phenomenal, and we've got 5 left. We should have our 5 making their way back into the staging lanes. I think I only see a couple of them. The way that it's kind of looking back there, trying to figure out if we've got 2 or if we've got 3, but I know we have at least 2, maybe 3, that have found their way back, and this one's going to be pretty interesting. So as we are continuing to work our way through, we got round number 8 down to 5. It is going to be, it'll be all right. It'll be all right. Brent, let's talk a little bit about it. We've talked some about our favorites. I think maybe did you and Ronnie go over what you had kind of called out as some of your most memorable moments over the last 4 days?
I think, personally, the 50K time trial session, to me, that feels, because, you know, it almost feels like a final qualifying session where there's a bump spot. And the excitement that you get when you're calling that, you know, 27 cars going for a 16-car field. And the drama just builds and builds and builds. And so when they're doing that, and you're just watching with so much tension and anticipation of saying, you know, when are you going to see the first trip zip? And then, I mean, the room just kind of erupts when you see the trip zip, just waiting to see it happen. And it did kind of really remind me of that whole final qualifying session where there's a bump.
Yeah.
You know, the anticipation of it. And I love the Mr. Cool shootouts. 16 cars that had the unfortunate ending to their day. They lost in the first round. They bought back. Got put out in the second round with still a great pass and a great package, and that they get a shot. You know, they hang out and they're going, gosh, it's going to be a long time till tomorrow when I get to redeem myself. They get to redeem themselves that night, running for like $3,000. So I thought that was a really cool addition to the weekend. So I've just had an awesome time. The packages I've seen this weekend, when I'm doing a lot of the other type of races that I do, a lot of heads-up stuff, some no-time stuff. You don't see those, and they're not as you don't see 1,000th margins of victory or 1/10,000th margins of victory. So the performances in general across the board from the time I walked in here on Wednesday till here at the end of the day on Saturday. It is Saturday, right?
Yep. We are getting towards the end of Saturday.
So, it's hard to pick 1 or 2 or even 10 out because you just think of every one. One of the biggest things for me was opening ceremonies, and it's not because everybody's going, oh, you did great. That had nothing to do with it. The fact that you're standing, that I'm standing at Las Vegas Motor Speedway on that racetrack, iconic place here, the mountains in the background, and the jet fighters flying over. We couldn't draw that up, and that just happened. And it was just such a moment because it kind of all came together right there.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to have the color guard standing right there under the arch. Again, those jets aren't always flying overhead. They fly kind of when they are active. They do fly, obviously, in their sorties that they're practicing. So we'll get moments where, like we did right as we were trying to do opening
Right.
ceremonies, we would get 5, 6, 7 of them that'll all come flying over. And then we'll be quiet for a little bit. And
Right.
then they'll all come flying back, or they'll send out kind of another grouping of them. But it's really kind of cool.
In my area of the country and where I, may typically spend most of my events, we're not in that kind of scenario. So whether it happens accidentally, the positioning of this place with the base right next door, it does provide for some very intense and exciting mornings or situations, should I say. One of the other things that that's just plain memorable to me is the amount of skill and the amount of legendary people that I've gotten to spend the weekend with. Whether they're racers, workers, Peter Biondo, my goodness.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
Kentucky boy.
Seeing some of those...
Seeing people you only see on the internet or you only see on a live feed, and then to be in the middle of it and be part of it is, that's pretty special for me.
It is pretty cool. Hey, we've got our 5 that are coming back up on the board. They are headed back to have their discussions. We've got Donovan Williams, Nathan Martin out of the Dragster ranks, and it sounds like their discussions have wrapped up. We've got cars fired up. They're headed this direction, but again, it's Donovan Williams, Nathan Martin representing the Dragster contingency. Andy Schmall, once again, your lone pro driver. He was the last pro standing, got that Larice Motorsports $1,000 bonus, and Bug McCarty and Brandon Taylor. It is going to be Brandon Taylor on the bye, and then we are going to have Dragster, door cars. So interestingly enough, last night we had the Dragsters that kind of shut out the door cars for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, an all Dragster semifinal last night. But we got 3 out of the 5 door cars right now. So the Dragsters are kind of outnumbered. But they are going to have to fight it out. As there comes Andy Schmall on the right side in the Beretta. And the left side, Donovan Williams. You can't. We overuse this is a monster matchup. This is a legendary pair, whatever. Because it's every pair, and I mean, there's no bigger pair than the one that we're sitting right here in the water box.
Amen to that. Donovan Williams and Andy Schmall. We are at 5 on the FTIperformance.com $30,000 Saturday. Last race of the event, last chance to pick up a significant payday. Donovan is dialed 437. Andy Schmall is dialed 589. This is not uncharted waters for Andy. He did it last night. He did it before, and he did it when he won the $1 million. So with that 589 dial for Andy, 437 the dial for Donovan. We'll find out in the battle between the door cars and the dragsters who's going to be the first one to draw blood. Lights are green. Schmall's down and away. Donovan Williams closes the door. 13, dead one. Taking one thou down at the stripe. He's 14 total. Andy Schmall was 22 green and gets shut out down at the finish line. So the first one to move on with that 013 reaction time, Donovan Williams.
He's going to be tough. He is locked. He is locked in. Bug McCarty, left side the 97 Sonoma. Right side, Nathan Martin. 444 the dial in for Martin. McCarty, 592. Bug was like about 2 thou a couple of rounds ago, and somebody's got a lot of work to do, and it is not Bug. Bug McCarty takes out Nate Martin. 16 up front. 17 above. Martin, with a little miss on the starting line, is 50 on the let go and 12 above. So Bug McCarty hanging in there and taking out. So we're going to be down to a little bit of an outnumber. We're going to have 2 door cars and 1 dragster coming back.
Man. Shocking. Nathan Martin has not missed. And certainly surprised to see at that moment in time for Nathan to let go late like that. That, I guarantee you, he's sick to his stomach right now. As Brandon Taylor in the Achieva is going to get the solo. 16 green for Brandon. And then 608. Interesting. That's not going to make it easy. Oh, man. Yeah, race car, I think it's probably safe to say that Okie is probably feeling pretty good right now. He had one of his boys take it all home on Wednesday night. They did pretty good yesterday. And, again, to have another one start looking at trying to be ready to race his way into a final, that makes it even more interesting. All right, so our round of 5 just wrapped up. We're coming back at 3. We are going to wait until we get the official word of who is going to end up on the bye and who will match up with each other. And while we are waiting on that, we're going to go ahead and have the live feed. Watch this.
Since 2010, LRA Auto Museum and Dealership in Bristol, Pennsylvania has been a destination for auto enthusiasts and buyers alike, sporting one of the finest collections of 1960s and 70s muscle cars in the country, along with an amazing array of modern muscle cars like Mustang Shelby R-Codes, Chargers, Challengers, Camaros, and more, allows us to meet the needs of buyers looking for classic muscle or modern investment vehicles. LRA is open 6 days a week and has a knowledgeable professional sales team to help you find your dream car or investment vehicle. Visit us in person or see us online at lraautomuseumandsales.com.
We're here with Mickey Thompson. Jason, he's going to tell us a little bit about the new Pro Bracket Radial. We've got some new technology coming out of the Mickey Thompson camp this year, and it's exciting stuff.
Yeah, we're really excited what we're doing with the Sportsman Racers this year. So we've got a new Pro Bracket radial out. It's a new 30x9 Pro Bracket. And when we looked at the market, there's a lot of cars out there that race with the Fling and race with other venues that need something that's a little bit taller. And some of these are former stock eliminator cars. So we came out with a 30x9 Pro Bracket because a lot of the 30x9 radials that are out there are really made to be lightweight, you know, the fastest thing possible on the racetrack. But you don't get a lot of runs out of them. So what we wanted to do is keep it fast, keep it a radial, but also add the added benefit of making it a little more consistent for that bracket racer that's not racing on, let's say, a national event prep racetrack, one of your racetracks. He's racing everywhere. So it's going to give you more life. It's going to be quicker than a bias tire, and it's going to give you more consistency. So it's a new 30x9 Pro Bracket. If you're running stock eliminator and you're looking for something that's going to last longer and be a better value to you, we've now got a tire for you as well. So we're very excited about this product and fitting in the categories. It needed some help. It needed some new tires put in that category. So yeah, if that's a tire that you need to run, we've got something that's going to last longer for you. And you know, the other tires that are out there on the market, the cost is really high for these. We're going to make sure that we price this right also for you. So you're going to get more life, a great cost on it, better value, consistency. I'm not really sure what else we can throw at it, right?
What more could you want? Those are all really important things, especially in the bracket racing community. So that's awesome. Mickey Thompson's ever evolving and giving us new products.
Thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickeys means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickeys. Because if you're not running Mickeys, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.
For more than 45 years, Rob's Automotive and Collision has been an industry leader in auto and truck recovery, as well as all facets of automotive repair. With over 15 factory certifications from the likes of Porsche, Ford, and many others, along with the industry's best equipment, such as the Vision Carliner frame measuring system, and factory certified aluminum repair, we're a full-service automotive center. Additionally, Rob's offers motorhomes and toters for all mechanical and collision needs. Our heavy-duty towing and hauling division is complemented by a full-line heavy-duty truck and trailer mechanical repair and collision center as well. 24-hour roadside assistance is available. Visit us at robsautocenter.com for more.
Here we are at the 2025 PRI show. I'm in the ATI booth with JC. JC, this is your 65th year in business, always on the cutting edge of new products and always trying to get these drivers more consistent to let them win races more. Tell us a little bit about the converter business and what's new with these stators.
Yeah, we've been doing converters for a long time. That was really something Dad started with back in the day in the Turbo 350s, Glides, and 400s. And I'll tell you, we've added a machine at the shop, and we're getting away from a lot of the cast stators that we've used for years and years, and we know what everything is just there. If you need a cast stator or you need, you know, an 073 or an 031, we were grab it and go. So billet stators aren't new to the industry at all. We've added a simultaneous 5-axis machine so we can do true airfoil blade stators. Now, if you want two identical stators there's no guesswork with a casting variation or anything change. So,
which is always the biggest drama when a racer is changing a converter either between rounds or between races. Is it going to be the same?
we can get that converter. We know the stator is identical off a 5-axis machine, and we know every clearance inside the converter is identical. So you can have a spare you can throw in and trust it's going to put you right there at the number. And, you know, going from a cast to a billet stator isn't a performance gain. It's not going to make you faster. What it is that last few thousandths of consistency that we all try to get away from any sort of casting variations to identical machined billet parts.
Yeah, I mean, I love it because thousandths of a second are important these days, and I really love the fact that you could change a converter between rounds and know you could put the same dial on.
Yeah, that's the most important. You know, you've got enough to worry about when you're rushing and frazzled and sweating, and you need to get up to the starting line and be confident in your stuff.
Yeah, well, appreciate it. Appreciate you being a part of the Flings, and I also appreciate you hopping on board with my personal racing program, since I don't know when my father first talked to your father, but your father said, yeah, I'll work with your sons, and 35 years later, at least, here we are.
Yeah, we're doing the same thing, and I've got my son coming up and kind of see it the other way.
I love it.
At the Flings, speed is everything. And when the engines shut off, comfort still matters. Proudly supporting the Flings Bracket Racing Series, Mr. Cool DIY-Direct.com is the USA's most trusted Mr. Cool dealer and one of the largest nationwide retailers. From DIY pre-charge systems to traditional installations, we deliver high-efficiency performance built for real life. HVAC systems for home remodels, rental properties to new builds, from race trailers, motorhomes, shops, and even solar-powered setups. Wherever you run, we've got you covered. Real inventory, fast nationwide shipping, and expert support. Mr. Cool DIY-Direct.com, because performance doesn't stop at the finish line.
Okie dokie. We have 3 cars left.
Just 3.
We have 2 door cars. Take that back. 1 door car, 1 door truck, 1 dragster.
Yeah, we can get technical on it like that.
Yeah. We have...
And all 3 of them are bad to the bone.
A Donovan. We have a Bug. And we have a BT. We have... All right, we'll be done with that. It's going to be Donovan Williams on the buy. And a couple of doored vehicles going at it.
So we'll have the dragster guaranteed into the final. And then that should have the Overkill boys feeling pretty good. right? A possibility at kind of bookending the event.
Wouldn't that be something?
Picking up the win on Wednesday night with Gary Williams and Old Red, and then potentially seeing what happens in the final when Donovan Williams comes back against either Bug McCarty or Brandon Taylor. That is certainly going to be interesting. So Donovan's doing that. I know chat bleachers, several folks keep asking who won Best Appearing, The Autoland Outlets Best Appearing is going to be announced very shortly. But Donovan, again, if he does pick that up, we'll put him into win number 3 in that chase for 5. I believe he's won a 50 and a 20.
Yes.
So those put him kind of on the list at 2 wins. And like we talked about yesterday, moving up, Matt Datis moved up into the ranks of those that have 3. Tommy Cable's got 3. Troy Williams Jr.'s got 3. Peeps Pennington has got 3. Matt Datis added his 3rd here this week, and there's a possibility to put another one up into that list at 3.
Donovan Williams won back in Galat 2024. That was a 50K, and then we had the Norwalk 2025 last year, a 20K. So Donovan Williams, and look, Donovan's been red hot.
He has.
Essentially all event long. So to be honest, to no surprise to see him in the final, but really a pretty awesome accomplishment to see the Williams team just put a domination.
They were powerful.
They were very strong.
They've had a powerful event.
Yes.
But you've still got Bug and BT.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them is going to be coming back to take on Donovan. When you talk about guys that are hot, I've always heard and I've seen and I've witnessed that when Bug gets on a tear,
yes,
you just don't get in the way,
yes,
right? Bug, when he gets on a tear, you think about, Bug in the windshield type thing. He will go crashing straight through that windshield and do damage inside the vehicle because he's just wicked mean like that. And BT, we've seen him go deep a couple of times this weekend. He's another one that he's been consistently hot. So this final 3 is certainly going to be something to watch.
Yeah, there's no denying the incredible talent between the 3. This is truly a titan of the industry type final 3. Brandon Taylor has been just money, and a guy who's been doing double duty at times as well, and he's been red hot. Bug is really starting to get on a tear as well too, and it is going to be good. And hey, if you're in the chat bleachers, we are guaranteed door car dragster final.
Yep, guaranteed that. We are guaranteed, no matter what, we're guaranteed an exciting last couple of rounds. We're going to see the door cars get after it. Then we're going to see the dragster come back, take on the winner of that. Really, down to 2 rounds left in the 2026 Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems. It's appropriate that it culminates like this.
Yes. Troy, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if we can get the answer to that. I think just observing, this is just me observing in my personal opinion as somebody who saw a whole heck of a lot of rounds this event, I would imagine it is down to Culrren, Williams, and Schmall. Because remember, Culrren was doubled to 16 in the million, and this obviously, and I should phrase this, Troy asked the question, who won more rounds this week? Which is a great question. I would guess it's up to those 3. The answer really is they all won a lot. And I mean a lot. This was really I think the theme of the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems, 2026 edition, is that the, quote, heavy hitters really flex the muscles. Andy Schmall, 2 times in pro, taking home a win. Gary Williams, Matt Datis, Tyler Bohannan. These are guys who are always in that conversation the moment that hit round one. And now we're also looking at Donovan. We're going to say this about either one of the three: Brandon Taylor, Bug McCarty, Donovan Williams. You're talking about heavy hitters, and they really came out. And I think there were a lot of people who, look, we always are looking for those different winners or the underdogs or whatever you want to phrase it. When it came to this particular event, the heavy hitters really showed out and did very, very well.
Absolutely would agree with that assessment. It is one that, again, when the pressure's on, you see the best of the best start to rise, and that's why we keep saying that at events like this, we don't just use that term lightly. You really are surrounded by the best of the best in bracket racing, and it shows because they've made the trip all the way out here and filled this field with those that really have every single one of them had the capability of turning on all the win lights.
They are filthy, nasty, gross, and dominant on the drag strip in every way, shape, and form. And the beauty of this sport is that the numbers and the actions of the drivers are going to be the reason why one goes down, or two go down, I should say, and one comes back. Bug McCarty, 592 the dial-in, and Brandon Taylor, 608 the dial-in right side. This is your semi-final in the FTI 30K Saturday, finishing off a Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Red Torque Systems as they are staged and ready. Good as advertised. 5-13 in favor of Bug, and Bug McCarty's going to the final. 005 take 008 to be one above two. That's 17 total. Taylor, 13. One above two to be 25 total, and 8 thou behind the Junkyard Junkie. Door truck, dip the nose, will race Donovan Williams in the final round of the FTI 30K. Great lap from Bug.
Oh, man. Unbelievable lap from both of them as Donovan Williams puts up the 139. Again, the respect, the remembrance for Sean Serra, as so many people do. But Donovan Williams on the bye run out of Sarasota, Florida. I know that the majority of folks in the chat room understand that 139. It is just out of respect to one of the greats that was lost way too early. So the Overkill Motorsports Dragster lines it up. Let's go to be 3 thou early. And then runs 4:37 down the racetrack to solidify his spot in the finals.
So Bug McCarty and Donovan Williams. If we're going off a reaction time, Bug was green, Donovan was not. So that should dictate lane choices. We set up our FTI 30K final round. Wow. This one, this particular Spring Fling Million's going to end with a really, really great final. Really great final.
You know, Wade, looking at that comment, that's certainly something to consider, right? Total number of rounds, Andy Schmall. You know, two pro car finals as well as multiple rounds.
Yeah.
Once he entered into the Super Pro, that again, we don't have that full official number. Hey, racers, while it is kind of quiet and while our finalists make their way back to the pits to get them cooled, fueled, and turned around to be ready to race for this $30,000 on an FTIperformance.com Saturday. As we mentioned before, and we're going to kind of close this one out here as we get ready to close out the event, we did have a couple of folks from our Fling family that ended up in pretty bad spots. We had, I believe it was Dan Lockhart, who came down here to race the Fling out of Washington. and it was kind of a bucket list thing for the family. They had put all of the pieces in place, done everything that they needed to do to get down here and be a part of this event, and unfortunately their experience came to an early end. They were forced with a medical situation up at the top end of the racetrack. They are faced with a medical situation up at the top end of the racetrack. Our fire and safety team went into action. Dan ended up spending kind of the rest of his week here in Vegas at the hospital. And it was one of those things that just kind of gut-wrenching for all of us to know that you go through all of that effort, and everybody knows what it takes to try and get to an event like this. You know how much work goes into it. You know how much preparation goes into it. And to have it cut short by something that literally is kind of beyond your control was really, really, really a difficult thing for the family to digest. Knowing how much that the racers reached out, how much it meant to them, we know that we've had some feedback from the family. It meant a lot to them. We reinstituted the swear jar, and a lot of racers apparently did a lot of swearing this weekend, because total in the swear jar as of right now, we're not quite done yet. We'll still take any donations that are out there to help our Fling family. But we put together $1,200.
Wow.
$1,200
Very
that,
cool.
It may not help cover a whole lot as far as medical bills and all of that, but what it will help cover is just some different logistical things, getting some fuel in the rig to get it home, getting help the family get some things arranged, maybe cover some of the emergency travel that had to take place, at least just kind of repair some of the holes in the pockets that something like that did. So for all of our Fling family racers that put a couple extra dollars that they had, some put a lot of extra dollars that they had in that bin, we thank you so much. We are going to make sure that that gets into the family's hands, and I just always stand in awe of when we've got a racer that needs us, the family comes together and says, hey, let us help you out a little bit. Let us make it a little bit better for you. So $1,200 went into the swear jar. That's going to get into the hands of that family, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Of course, Racers for Christ will have that non-denominational chapel service tomorrow morning, which, again, will be also another good time if you want to talk to the chaplains and put in towards that swear jar, sort of a last-minute deal. If you don't want to come on up tonight, if you're already in the motorhome, that's fine. You could do that tomorrow morning as well. Probably the most popular question, Nate, is that... floating around in the chat bleachers, they have been asking
did Big Chief run yet?
Yes. Nah, he didn't come.
What was the car count?
He didn't show up. Yeah, the car count.
I'm trying to go through the top 3 questions.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes.
Cletus. Oh, is Cletus on yet?
Is Cletus here yet?
That was one of them.
Where is he coming? Yeah.
The other popular question that floated around the chat bleachers is, when does Ronnie Court get back on the mic?
Oh, geez. You know what's so funny? Tug jumped in and said, how many weeks will the announcers need a break from talking?
Well, just real quick, I know we're going to get to the other one.
Yes.
You had like a day, because you spent 2 days in 3 days, 4 days in Tucson? 4 days.
No, 5.
5 days in Tucson.
Yeah.
Never mind.
5, 4.
You were down there
all the
a bunch of days in Tucson.
It's been a long 2 weeks.
And then you basically, you fly home Sunday night? Or Monday morning?
Flew home Monday morning.
Flew home Monday morning,
Flew here
turned
Tuesday
around,
morning.
got in a plane, and Tuesday morning
Yeah.
you did the 24-hour turnaround and then talked again for another bunch of days. But that's neither here nor there. The other most popular question in the chat bleachers was,
who won the Autoland Outlets Best Appearing Car?
And it's an important question.
Oh, man. I tell you what, big thank you to our friends at Autoland Outlets for putting this together. Of course, a special trophy, a bonus. We talk about all the different things that happen at a Fling, right? The shootouts. We talk about the racing. We talk about the second shot shootout. And obviously, this Autoland Outlets Best Appearing Car was a very difficult one to choose, and I don't know who chose it, but obviously there was a ton of great candidates, and we finally narrowed it down to one lone Ranger.
It wasn't easy. It came down to just some of the really cool intricacies of the car, and we're going to find out why the Autoland Outlet best appearing car was Ryan O'Connor's Lone Ranger. All right, standing here with Ryan O'Connor. Ryan's Ford Ranger was selected as our Autoland Outlets best appearing car here at the Fling. And not just because the paint looks great, not just because the truck looks great. There are so many little features about this pickup truck that make it unique, right? As we were taking a look at it, the way that everything's tubbed, the way that it sits, the way that the tailgate is set up. But this truck's got a story behind it as well. This has been in the family for a while. I understand that the name of Dad's Automotive was Chopper's Automotive.
Yeah, my grandpa Terry, this was his truck. My dad actually drove this truck to high school in the mid-90s, and then Grandpa took the truck back and chopped the top, ladder barred it, put a whole chassis under it, and made it into what it is today. So, yeah, pretty cool. I took ownership of it 2 summers ago now, and it's my pride and joy. I just love this thing, so.
Well, you can absolutely see why it's your pride and joy. I mean, there's a lot of things that you got to tell me a little bit about the Ford emblems that are on the cowl. They're not just for design; they're functional. They're functional. What's that all about?
So on the cowl, the Ford emblems, they're on just a pin, and you can stick your hand. They're on magnets, and you can stick your fingers in the cowl to actually pull the hood off. So my grandpa was always about making things self-sufficient. So he put handles in the cowl so you can take the hood off on your own. So the whole box is all custom built box. And then a hidden feature that I know about myself is the old door locks in the doors. They actually have Canadian pennies covering the door lock holes in the door. So a couple features in the truck that they're just cool little hidden gems.
All right, so all of the ingenious things that are in this car, let's talk about what actually powers the car. What's under the hood?
So it's got based off a 351 Windsor, it's bored and stroked out to a 427 cubic inch small block Ford, and it's just got a 2-speed glide in it. And then, yeah, Ford 9-inch diff and standard bracket racing stuff.
So that's the part that people don't always get to see when they're looking at it. When you're looking at it, the one thing that jumps out is this paint. Two-tone airbrush. Tell me about the paint job. Who did the paint? What is it? And again, even the Lone Ranger on the back. This thing's amazing.
So Grandpa Terry O'Connor, my grandpa, he owned his own body shop. He did all the paint himself. It has Mopar orange. I don't know all the oranges, but it's got a bunch of different oranges in it. Mopar orange, Ford orange. I think it has some Chevy orange in there, but it has every other orange you could have in there. So a bunch of different oranges in the design. So yeah.
Well, it's amazingly beautiful. I mean, the attention to detail, you look kind of down the side of it, you can see almost the ghosted pinstriping that appears on the side. It's definitely a piece of artwork, and we appreciate you bringing it out here to share with us. Congratulations on being selected as best appearing car. This thing must mean a ton to your family. Now, 3rd generation owner to you. Congratulations, my friend.
Thanks, Nate, and thanks to the Flings. This is awesome.
Man, what a gorgeous car that thing was. It was just really cool to be able to go down there and talk with Ryan and find out all of the little details that came into play. I mean, even as we were looking at the car, we saw that. I mean, that's the one thing that jumped out to me was those Ford emblems in the cowl. They were not just there for show. It was feature. It was functional. It made it work. And that is just something that it was cool. I didn't know about the pennies. I didn't even see the pennies. And the door handles, the fact that those came out of an old Honda to just kind of flush mount those things, it was cool. Here's where we're at, Ronnie. We'll take our finalists to the lanes, please. Racers for Donovan Williams and Bug McCarty. The staging lanes are open. We will offer you up this personal invitation to join us back in the lanes to serve as our last pair of cars to go down the racetrack in the 2026 Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems.
Wow. Wow to our final that's coming up, and wow to Ryan O'Connor's Ranger. The first thing I said to you when that video started to roll, because we had never seen that video.
No.
Now, you obviously did the interview. I didn't even know who the actual pick was until about, 2 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Back in Tucson a week ago, I had seen the Ranger, and it jumped out immediately. And actually, basically every single day coming into the facility, we kind of stopped and looked at it and everything like that. But you obviously don't touch these vehicles, you know. But the first thing that immediately stood out to me was, wow, that's some great logo usage, you know, with the brand and everything like that. And then in the video, he stuck his hands and the thing pivoted.
Yeah.
And my mind melted.
It's cool.
That
isn't
is
it?
so cool.
It's cool. And one of the things that wasn't necessarily talked about or was very lightly hit on in that, there's an additional set of Ford logos, those Ford emblems, that are embedded just behind the front tires.
Ah, yeah.
That illuminate.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
That is cool.
That is super cool. The Canadian penny, little kind of, I love those small, well done kind of trinkets, right? You know, those little details that give it personality. It doesn't take away a ton from the genuine, you know, true to itself piece, whether it's car, truck, dragster, whatever it is. But it's just those small details that matter. And that, man, when he stuck his finger through the pivoting logo, wow, that is super cool.
Yeah,
super
and the fact
creative.
The fact that was all designed in order to, I mean, think how many times do you take off one of those hoods? You
Every run.
You have to phone a friend.
Right?
You have to phone a friend to be able to lift it up. That allows you to do it one person. One person.
I would tell you, if there is a cowl that ever finds a way on a race car that I own, I may have to ask for permission to steal that idea, because that is amazing. That is amazing. That was really, really cool. Really, really cool. Looking towards the pit area, I see 2 more vehicles back there. And I think we're down to our final. Donovan Williams and Bug McCarty on this FTI 30K Saturday with event coverage from Jags and Hoosiers, a part of the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems.
Yeah, I got to agree with a lot of folks that are in the chat bleachers. There were so many cars that were out here, so many cool cars. Yes, Cole, your dad's car was one of them, that 56 that ended up being parked down in front of the banner last night as part of that second shot shootout. There are a lot of really cool cars out here, a lot of very beautiful rides. It was a difficult decision to make. I will never, ever, 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 ever in my life, if somebody comes in and says, hey, would you like to come judge this car show? My immediate answer is nope.
No.
I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
If you would like me to come observe and enjoy the car show, all day, every day. But to have to take on the role of judging it, I don't. That's an opportunity that I would offer to somebody else. I'll look and I'll be like, I know this guy Ronnie. He'd love to come down and do it for you.
No, you know, and it's tough, right? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and especially with vehicles.
Yes.
But I think the majority of folks can look at a truck like that and see the details and the craftsmanship and the work that was put in and say, that's a worthy Autoland Outlets best appearing car.
And I think from some of the comments that came through, you know, good pick. There were 6, 7, 8 of them out here that we probably could have done the same thing with and ended up having the same comments of great pick. Great pick. So thank you once again to the folks at Autoland Outlets. We certainly appreciate you coming on board, presenting that trophy and making it happen. It was really, really cool.
Very cool. Troy
Really
checking
cool.
in. Shout out Troy and Katie. They've been watching on our Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Red Torque Systems live feed. We've got 2,000 watt? We've whittled down the OG chat. We're up to almost 900 over here. So we're at 1,500 some?
Yeah, about
watching?
that.
That's pretty cool.
About
Love
that.
it. We of course have 2 more racers, and once those 2 racers make their way down the racetrack, we will crown a final champion and
So-
put a bow on this bad boy.
Ronnie, I'm going to say this. I got to figure out where Brent's going to be making his way back in here as well, but we are down at that point where our final pair of cars is about to pull out of the staging lanes. As they're about to pull out of the staging lanes, I just want to say one more time, thank you to Peter and Emily. Thank you to the entire Fling family. Thank you to all of the sponsors. Thanks, Jegs and Hoosier, for the live feed. Thank you to the chat bleachers. I used to be able to get out and do a lot more of these. There have been some things that I have moved around. You know, as my son gets older, it makes it a little bit more difficult to get away, to take a little more time, or take time away from the family. And we've got a lot of things that are happening. But when I do get the chance to come out and do these, I am grateful for the opportunity that Peter and Emily still consider me as an option to come out and help call these races. And it's just, as a fan of drag racing, it's like when I get called to do an event like this, it's like being invited to sit on the 50-yard line of the Super Bowl and interact with the teams. You get the best view in the house. You get to work with some of the greatest people on the planet, and you get to watch, by far, the greatest drag racing on the planet. It's an honor to be a member of the LVMS crew. This is my home track. This is where I spend most weekends when we are racing. And to have you guys, to have those in the chat bleachers come in and join me at home, to have you come in, Ronnie, to have Brent come in, Ronnie, or to have Brent come in here with us as well. I'm grateful, and it's been an honor and a pleasure working with you guys. And I know that once we run this final, we're going to be a little bit busy doing things. But I wanted to say that now and say thank you to you guys, and look forward to being a part of this down the road where and when I can.
Well, and I'd echo a lot of those sentiments, and I want it from the visitor side of things. I understand what it's like to be the host and to have people come in, and you know, sometimes they can kind of come into your space and everything like that, but you guys always make us feel like home, and you guys, you particularly, Nate, I think very highly of you as an announcer, a broadcaster, and somebody who is great at storytelling. Let's tell one more story, Nate.
Let's do it. Let's talk about one last final on an FTIperformance.com $30,000 to win Saturday. It comes down to one door car and one dragster. The Overkill team is looking to put bookends on the weekend. Fired first with a win on Wednesday when G-Dub took Old Red into the winner's circle, and now Donovan has got the dragster lined up right side, dialed in at 437.
Bug McCarty, 592. The dial-in represents the door truck at a Hazelhurst, Georgia, 97 Sonoma. We have always talked about how certain drivers, when they get really dialed in, bring the talent and the execution to another level, and Bug McCarty is one of them. He will leave first. Donovan will be obviously off the top, and certainly the mile-an-hour difference at the top end is going to be a factor. How these two drivers attack the final round is going to be interesting, as Bug McCarty is pre-staged, and Donovan approaches the starting line in this FTI 30K final round to close out the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems.
Tree drops. Plugs away, and here comes Donovan. Advantage at this end of the racetrack belongs to the Dragster, and Donovan Williams will bookend the weekend for the Overkill guys. It's a 17 thou green light, puts it dead on 9 down at the finish line to be ahead by 20 thousandths of a second. Bug McCarty was 30 on the tree, goes 593 on the 592, and will end up as your runner-up on the final day of the Fling. Congratulations, Bug McCarty. Congratulations, Donovan Williams. Spectacular show to finish off the weekend, and that is how we will cap off the 2026 Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. Racers, we are going to prep the winner circle one last time tonight, and we will get down there and talk to your winner and your runner-up. But again, for those of you that took the time out of your very busy lives to spend the weekend with us, thank you, thank you, thank you. From everybody here at the Fling, from everybody here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, you have made this once again a spectacular event. You have raced it, you have experienced it, and you have made this once again one that will go down in the history books. This was absolutely a phenomenal day. This is just really, really awesome. Man, thank you, Ronnie Court, for being here. Thank you, Brent Carver, for being here. Again, thanks to Warren for spending a little bit of time on the mic. Thank you to our guest announcers as well. Man, I can't tell you enough. Having Gabe in here, having Emmanuel in here, we are getting the winner circle set up. What a great, great day. Oh, man. Your winner, Donovan Williams, has made his way down into the winner's circle. They are starting the celebration.
Yep. A terrific run. Donovan Williams, come on over here. Come on over here, my friend. First of all, congratulations. We did this back in Norwalk last year. You're getting pretty used to this winner circle. You join a name that was just added, Matt Datis, into that race for the 5 with your Donovan. Congratulations. How you feeling right now?
Oh, it's awesome, man. I've always struggled at this place, and Vegas has been one of those places that I never really had any luck or anything, and it's nice for that to finally turn around and have some good luck, be able to finish it off here.
You have to run through a very, very difficult field as you progress throughout the rest of the day. And the fatigue factor, I think, is a big deal as well, too. Talk about that as we close out this long week of racing.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the Sid City, and we all like to party, so I might have not been going to bed on time and having a good time. You know, it's part of it. But, yeah, definitely coming into the last day, definitely some fatigue. And, you know, it's good to be able to keep your head out of your butt long enough to get here, you know.
You let go off the top. Bug takes off. What are you thinking?
I really hope that's good enough. I was in the tighter lane, and I was scared to bump down. And when it left green, obviously I knew it was going to be green, but it felt a little better than I was anticipating, so I kind of just stuck to my original game plan, and it worked out.
To bookend the weekend with wins in your family, that has to be extra special.
Yeah, you know, my dad always says what we love about Sunday. It might not be Sunday, but it's theoretically Sunday. We always seem to do pretty good on Sunday, and shows again.
Very good, my friend. You have a lot of great people to thank, don't you?
Yeah, is it working? Got to thank my mom. Make sure that works that time. Got to thank my mother, all my friends at home. You know, I got a ton of sponsors. DJ for letting me take off work, come over here to be able to even do this stuff and still have a job to, go home to. And, we got a list of companies on this thing. Nesbitt Performance, Fuel Factory, FTI on site, Mitch, Overkill, Moser, Fuel Factory, I got them. Mickey Thompson, APD. There's a list of companies that makes that car do what it does, and I can speak on this now that the race is over. We made a lot of laps and traveled a long ways, and all of our cars held together, even though we could only bring 3, and they all held together. Thank you to Water Rat, to Mitch, making this all possible. I know this isn't Teresa's car, but I always got to thank her. Yeah, it's pretty surreal, man.
My friend, congratulations. Donovan Williams, your FTI 30K champion. Let's give him a round of applause. Donovan, of course, has been a horse and continues the winning. Bookends the weekend for the Williams family. How special is that? getting the photos with the winner. Our Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million is presented. Ed Torres. All right. Of course, we've been Spring Fling Million presented by Rad Torque Systems Winner Circle. We are also here with our runner-up, Bug McCarty. My friend, I know that is not the exact result that you're looking for. However, a job well done in this FTI 30K, my friend. That's a great accomplishment for the day.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. It just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, the final round, you're finishing up the burnout. What's going through your mind?
To take him out.
Now, you get down there, top end of the racetrack. Did you feel like you hit it good? You feel like you crushed it, or?
No, I knew I missed it, and I dropped early. I've been spot dropping all day.
You get to the top end, obviously. Wind light comes on for the Dragster, but a great weekend. You've got, obviously, a ton of great support as well, too, behind you. Tell me about them.
Got a lot of great guys back home, and a bunch of my friends texting me. Life has been tough the last year. Just wish my family was here with me, and really wanted to win for my dad. My dad's getting old and not going to be around much longer, and got two really good friends back home that's got some health issues, and really wanted to win for them, to be honest with you.
Well, my friend, you are one of the great talents that follow the Fling series. We appreciate you, and I'm sure there are going to be a lot of opportunities in the future. Thank you. Congratulations, my friend. A terrific runner-up opportunity. Bug McCarty in the truck. We're going to get pictures with him as well, too. It's been a tremendous, tremendous event. The Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Rad Torque Systems. There are no words to describe the kind of event that this is. It really is truly one of the most unique experiences that you could ever partake in as a bracket racer. We want to thank the Strip at Las Vegas. What an incredible staff here. From the folks who are inside the tower, hospitality, security, obviously on the physical racetrack, down towards the top end, ticketing, booths, security, everybody. They have just been tremendous here at the Strip at Las Vegas, and always are a absolute pleasure to work with. For my fellow announcers, we had tremendous voices who were on the microphone this weekend. Gabe Killian, of course, joining us. Emmanuel from Mexico. Of course, Nate Hershey. My name is Ronnie Court. We are all done, and a couple hours away from Easter Sunday. So God bless, and we'll see you down the road at the next Fling.